the different needs of that system. So, that might be focused on burning frequently to maintain grasses, or it may be less frequently depending on the needs of that system and our needs and the other organisms like bear and so forth, blind squirrel who are in those places. What is it that they need? And as we look at that landscape and we have familiarity with it, and we adjust our prescription, so to speak, to that. Um, and I call it reading the landscape. We actually, and I never thought like we had a word for reading, but in our language we have this word called the lotet. And lotet means reading. And I can't think of what else it would have applied to other than reading the land. You read the land, you read the waters, you read the conditions in the sky, you know when and how we're going to set fire, or do other activities that we can read. And that's really the basis of what we our framework with our burn plans, don't have to be written down, they can be in our heads. I write them down only to be able to show people as that educational process. Um, so we are starting to see a little bit of more leadership. Like this is one thing that in all of this work that's coming forward within the state and federal governments is to make space for indigenous leadership. And I think that there'll be a culture change in that respect as well, where we'll see more cultural burners taking the lead and developing plans for broader geographic areas for burning, setting the timing, setting the conditions for when the burns and things like that. Thanks for asking that question. That was really good.
Okay. Don, Harry has a question for you.
Okay.
Just on the when the tribe decides that their burn boss person, does the the Forest Service or whatever the government assist with any of the training or do any of the training?
At this point, not so much. It is interesting. So Cal Fire this past year has been trying to show that they're supporting coastal burning more, and so they have burns that they've actually planned with some of the local tribal folks. And a lot of it's also kind of more orchestrated, where it's like it's kind of like, let's do this for the cameras. And so it shows that we're working with tribes. In fact, they set a date in November 10th through the 12th, that they wanted to focus on it and put us at this point before, are you able to come down and help with that? And I thought, well, how is it a culture burn if it's not being, like, the tribal folks from that place haven't said, like, we want to do this burn, and this is the reason why we're burning. And so I've started asking those questions, and hopefully things come into alignment, to work with them. But yeah, they do offer support. They are willing to bring out equipment. They're willing to come out and send people to learn. When I burned all of the burns that I did last year under this law, they didn't send any resources, but they did come by one time just because they were in the neighborhood. I knew they were in the neighborhood because they were helping with the dry burn, and they just stopped by to talk. And I thought that was really good because it's about educating people. And I didn't need their assistance. So just a conversation, walk through the woods with them, and that was it. So yeah, I think the education piece is tremendous, and I think that the more, from my own perspective, I think the more that we can get people out who are in positions of authority, um, and in general, I think like all people who are using fire, particularly for prescribed fire, should know about our culture burning practices, at least not to adopt them or use them for their own, but to be aware of it so that they can inform and be stewards of the land in the way that our ancestors would want those lands to be stewarded.
And do we have any questions from our guests online?
I want to say, while we're waiting there, that I'm really bummed that I'm not up there with you all. I will be up, I think, in Alberta for the Wildfire Canada conference in October, November, late October, November. So if any of you are over there, I'd be happy to connect with you there. But I'm just super inspired by the work that's going on with you all, and just happy to know that this is happening. So thanks for including me.
Yeah, we'll see you there then.
That's great.
Thank you, Dawn. Yeah, we're going up, and the society does have, we can help support 2 or 3 to come with us. So please let us know. Then you get paid to go, so you don't need to. We're talking about community members who want to be, who are interested, and if we can do 16 and up, I'm sure they can get high school credits.
Yeah.
Let's do something like that.
Yeah. One thing I'll just comment on that, I didn't bring it up, is that, you know, the discussion earlier from Chief Harvey talking about opening up for youth, and with our organization, the Stewardship Network, and really what we do, you know, in our burning is really to make it intergenerational. And so burning that I did last year, on, you know, with the law, I did one burn in my neighborhood, and I had it open for our a broader audience of people going through prescribed fire training, and local practitioners, otherwise, you know, weavers. And I was burning, and I told them, like, we hadn't set fire yet, and I said, I was just going to talk to you about how the process works about the burn, and then just light a little fire so you can see how you know, things are on the land. And my 12-year-old daughter, who's been burning with me since she was 6 months old, as soon as I did a little test fire, she came over and grabbed a dipstick and carried the fire across the land. And I told everybody, well, follow her, see what she's doing. And you know, building that kind of leadership is how we're going to revitalize our culture. Not to have a bunch of adults only doing it. You know, we got to be including our kids in it, and make it a family event, make it a cultural event, and that really brings a significance so that we'll be revitalized.
Thank you very much, Don.
Thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, I have to run to class, but I appreciate it, and I'll try to pop back in if I get a chance later in the day.
Awesome. Have a good class.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a little bit of a break, and I just have to catch up to Dave and Phil. So they'll be zooming in if we can get a hold of them. Okay, so we just have a 10-minute break. There's juice, munchies out there, coffee juice, fruit.
Oops. I think this might be it. Yeah. What?
No, but I'll do something.
That's what the news is. And it's definitely not the back. Advanced Firekeepers and stuff, like those are all being used. It was just HD. Okay, you see, there was one adapter in the laptop bag. That wasn't one, was it? Do you remember that? Unless I go grab. Oh, you're already using it right there, right? Yeah. I doubt it. That should be packed away with it. Is that kind of the only thing we're missing? Well, you don't have.
Yeah, I've never used it. I used
There are
HDMI.
drugs in there?
I did an HDMI last time, but in it says, oh, that's PC2. In a monitor, it says USB 1, and it's the pink line. It draws all the way down to the Roland. So there should be an HDMI and a Roland coming out of an HDMI and a USB coming out of the Roland. I think that could be something.
So we need an extra HDMI too?
No, we have an HDMI running, but at once. We have 2 HDMIs running out of it, but I think it needs the second, because when we had done it, we had connected this switchboard to another switchboard. So it's like a connection, input, output thing. So I'm guessing that's what it needs, that's the only thing that's missing from like this setup and the diagram is a USB.
How long is it supposed to be?
Like the USB port.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to be that long. It just needs to connect here to.
Okay.
Oh, but see, does this have a? Oh, it does have a USB. That could be that's my biggest guess. I'm not saying that it would work.
Yeah.
But
I don't think there's any drugs in there, is there? Like, where would I run it? Somewhere?
Walmart.
Is it Walmart?
There's a Walmart
You
here.
think they'd have that? It's not
It's not a crazy thing.
okay. So it's basically, this is the USB. Is that what it is?
Yeah. So that's a USB. It would be a USB. It would
Be double-ended.
Double-ended. Yeah. I mean, but are all of our, like, we could run through the PTZs. That's basically what I'm doing right now. Yeah, it's just with
How do we do
cameras connected to the internet.
Well, we'll get a good copy of it.
But what would a good copy?
Yeah,
That's what I'm
it's not
thinking.
clear.
Yeah,
Do you know how to do that?
I'm doing that right now through the Zoom.
Because the Zoom is connected to it.
Yeah. So right
Oh, is that
now,
what you were doing?
right
Okay.
now I'm on the Zoom and I'm screen capturing.
But
But what I can do is I think I could pull it up there.
okay,
And do it that way.
I say go for this and do that. It feels
Yeah.
like the simplest solution. If you
Yeah.
think you feel confident with it.
Because we could try the USB. There's no guarantee.
Right now, we currently have a computer sitting there, live streaming
Oh,
through Facebook.
Yeah. Oh, through Facebook.
Well,
That
through
wasn't
YouTube. Through YouTube.
Oh yeah.
And then I just click the link.
Yeah, I was gonna say I stole your YouTube. So I'm live streaming through YouTube. Yeah. So right now the YouTube Yeah.
I can't download. I need.
It's the same.
Oh, that shocked me.
Oh, that's great.
Can I get you anything like water or fruit?
Water would be
Too.
amazing right now.
I don't want to distract you. I know you're.
Yeah.
Mm.
I'm just gonna have to wait until that tech guy answers because none of this is. Yeah, it didn't work. Here we go. I'm just gonna move that.
Hi, David. Ron, you got your presentation ready? Can everyone see that on Zoom? I'm screen sharing. Can everybody see that on Zoom?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, thanks, Ron. Have you had your presentation ready?
That's a good one.
We're just going to tell you a little bit about this project we're working on. Foundations of Salish Firekeeper Burn Boss Certification. So at the beginning of COVID, we approached First Nations Adapt with the support of NBIT, FINESS, Untitled Nation Tribal Council, Precipitation Tribal Council, and more. And I'm forgetting, but I don't mean that intentionally. I'm just kind of tired. Today's a good day, but it's been a lot of work getting here. So it's a 3-year project. We started in 2019, and during COVID restrictions. So the idea that we had was it was going to be collaborative. We weren't in a silo, and we wanted to work with mostly Untitled, because from a practical side, for me, getting 5 to 6 tribal council resolutions was just, I knew, going to be very challenging. So getting 2 from the Untitled Nation Tribal Council and Shrehen Tribal Council, and I'm not saying that, was much easier, and we had full support. So we had two teams, and Mandy, Jimmy, and John Hogan were heading up the language portion of the project. Marcia Spinks came on a couple months later, and she kind of liaised with both groups. And then we had Joe Gilchrist and Harry Spahan working with gathering information from Firekeepers, both ex-Bc Wildfire and community firekeepers. We were really wanting that whole spectrum. And then my job was to make sure it all got done smoothly. And the other partner in this project was Community Futures Development Corp of Central Interior First Nations. They look after our finances. And Pat Casey and George Casimir specifically, and I want to thank them very much right now. So overall, and it's really cool that we're hearing this more and more now. At the time, I think we were the only ones kind of heading in this direction. We wanted it to be embedded in culture and language. We wanted community engagement protocols to be followed, and we wanted it to kind of build on the work that George Saddleman had been doing around governance for the Interior Alliance between the four nations, so the Intlakatmik, Secwepemc, the Statlian, and Seal. And we knew too as well the geography would also determine that. And so we interviewed across the southern interior, we still are, for experiences and perspectives within BC Wildfire and as community-based firekeepers. We wanted to kind of gauge youth interest for mentoring and training, and we wanted to look at recommendations for certification requirements based in the nation's laws. And that's specific in UN DRIP, right? So, and the way I wrote the proposal, it was based on the work would be carried out during the seasonal weather patterns, because we knew from wildfire season, no one really does research. We have our minds on other things. And then in the fall, winter, everybody's gathering, so that would be a good time to connect and communicate. So here we are. That's how we started our project. And we did that for most of 2020. So at the beginning, we just kind of worked on our project scope development. We coordinated our teams, and then kind of got the language part figured out for Mandy and John, understanding the terms that Harry and Joe were using and vice versa. Joe is not an Intlakatmik speaker, Harry is. Joe's learning his language. So, and didn't have the support, the Secwepemc support there. So, we had to kind of work our way through that. And then we engaged leadership at the beginning. So with the work from Scotty Holmes, Harry and Mandy presented to leadership the intent and goals of the project. So we tried to get on every chief and council's agenda. And I think we made about 70% of the meetings. Of course, the feedback provided was this was needed, and chief and councils that we were able to present to were very supportive. And at the same time, we started looking at interview questions and consent forms, and we went with the template that Upper Nicola uses for their consent form. And we revised and went back and forth, and then we kind of finalized our questions. And then one of the things we also wanted to keep doing was our fall gatherings for networking, youth engagement, and continuing learning. So in 2020, we had our guest speakers were Audrey Ward with firekeeper mental wellness specific, like a first responder. There's specific needs for firefighters, and especially in the cultural realm. Dr. Jeannie Paul, who I know many of the ladies here know and love. She's a naturopath, Sliaman, a knowledge holder, and just doctor extraordinaire. And so she presented at that time on COVID and respiratory medicines and some cardiovascular medicines as well. And then we had a dear friend of mine from when I was a kid, John Yako. He's the Dean of Geography at the University of Calgary. He loves being up in the Arctic, but he was able to provide kind of a perspective on the entire system and what he's seeing happening, including wildfire. So that was quite informative and well received. And then we had Tim Manuel talking about youth teachings, Silk in particular. And then we burnt on Coldwater IR. So here is, we started with ceremony. So we had Hanky Melst and Paul Oppenheim do song. And then Morris and Harry and Joe kind of led the burn at this point. We had the Coldwater Fire Department involved. We had about, Lauren Tabasket came up from Lower Smilkme with at least a dozen youth. Unfortunately, they didn't have the right gear because they were really keen to burn, and they were wearing shorts and runners. So we made sure that is, we get the message out that we want that. We want them coming out to burn, just need the appropriate gear on. And so there's some before and after pictures there. And then we got hit on June 30th, right? So in our backyard in Kamloops, it was 53. John was in the calls saying, be careful to conserve water. It's very hot. And then that happened. The train happened, the event, and it was quite devastating. And we're still trying to kind of sort it out in our minds, I imagine. So we supported our team members and their families and other families and friends. There was a high risk rating for smoke throughout the province and interior for a couple months. And then we had Kupi Roseanne Casimir give the news. At the 2:15. So it was a pretty tough summer. That's an understatement. So there was lots of, on our calls, there was lots of communication. Joe and Harry would provide John with information. I would provide John with emergency ops information, so that we could be supportive and efficient in helping each other. So we planned our fall gathering. We just kept going. So we hosted our online workshop, and last year we had about 50 people online. And then on the second day, we toured the Lytton wildfire area. So we started from here, and we went to Noaich and up to Nakauman. And then our cultural burn was postponed because of rain. So here's, this is just above Noaich. I think we're kind of halfway around Dot Ranch. We were at Dot Ranch there. And Sam joined us from Skitchison. And there we are at Kathy's. And then we went up to Nakauman to see Norman. Norman was on the call. So, and Star sang a beautiful Eagle song. And we just were able to connect with everybody and just make sure everybody was okay, and just share stories. Kind of jumped ahead. In I think 2020, the whole year of 2022 has been like a recovery year. A lot of us had the STD. So there's been the discussion. I know there's been work in communities by individuals such as Trish Manuel's been coming to Lytton. Etokapic Health has been doing a lot. First Nations Health Authority, Talking Child and Family Services has been active too. So, when did this one start? The Stein Valley, John? Was that in August? July. So this one started there, and what we saw, and I know John could speak to this later, Lytton Chief and Council and Bc Wildfire Service started to coordinate on this fire in particular, and BC Parks was involved. Alan and Michelle. Alan Hoffer. So, and there was lots of, and they had the local unit crews and local fire contractors on this as well. So, come to this time, we're behind. Even though we had kind of set up our project around seasonal patterns, we just got the extreme weather conditions are creating delays. And we're seeing communities dealing with the STD and health issues. You know, we are holding on to it, our opinions. I think the network of health providers and that connection is really important to understand. So project team members are doing what they can to contribute in a meaningful way to get tasks done. So we talk about fire, we talk about burning conditions internally, and we provide information to each other to calm concerns and provide answers. One of the things, so what I'm saying we're behind, we're probably, we should be looking at completing it this fall, but we've got a year extension. So what we're initially finding, because we've interviewed about 15% of our total, we want to get to at least 90. Youth 6 to 12 should be I'm off now. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So what and John and Mandy are going to share some of the language that they've been working on, but that'll come later today. What we're hearing is that most of our firekeepers learned about fire as children tending to wood stoves and campfires. Our kids aren't doing that. They have hydro, they have electricity. So, and Harry and I see that when we were teaching our fire ecology class. City kids have no understanding of fire and how to build a fire. And you have some of the Indigenous kids who have limited experience because of living in the city. So, Don Hankins said last year, give them a drip torch. Give them some matches, let's teach them and get them over that fear. So that's one thing we'd like to see in the curriculum. Youth 12 to 18. So we're seeing this with Harvey Dunstan through Lytton. They're doing hunting camps and harvesting camps, and they're including burning. Right now, he's just doing fire making camps, which I'm not sure what the definition of that is, whether it'll include a small scale cultural burn. But I think that's something that we want to kind of emphasize, that we'd like to see that. And then if youth are interested, 18 and older, become employed with BC Wildfire Service, become a red shirt, understand the authority of that role and how they can represent their nation in it, and how they gain experience with firefighting response techniques. Great example, of course, is George Campbell. And he's got his boys involved now and his nephews. And one of the things I'm hoping is Ambler Gregoire will talk about this today as well. One of the things we want to see from BC Wildfire is that the certification courses have to be available to all Indigenous auxiliary staff. What has been the emphasis is once you're done, you are not able to get this certification courses, or you have to have an individual supporter to get them. And in the case of Harry, it was Tom Lacey. So we want to see more of those higher level courses being offered to tribal members. We want to see, or the patterns we're seeing, First Nations fire departments to include cultural burning in their training. So Coldwater's moving that way. I know Lower Nick does lots of it. The Cowman, they're burning often. And so we'd like to see more of that. And we can help with the issues around that as well. Oh, Skeech does lots of cultural burning. And SIMP are starting to do more as well. And then community members who want to carry out cultural burning to work in partnership with their local fire departments, and this practice encouraged. So we often we heard through interviews, oh, those guys would just go burning and they wouldn't call the fire department. So we just want to encourage that openness. So for us now, we're getting back to doing interviews. We are starting to look at interior-based First Nation educators to look at some curriculum material. We're going to circle back with leadership because, as Harvey mentioned, there's been lots of work going on, so we want to make sure that the cultural burning language, that's included in the conversation and in the development. We want to support the Intercatholic nations in their path to self-government. And the Firekeepers are going to continue to speak to the media about cultural burning and its benefits. We're seeing, which has been really good, a quick kind of adjustment from BC Wildfire. So they've added prescribed burning to they've added cultural burning to the prescribed fire steering committee mandate. This spring, BC Wildfire, the Kamloops Fire Center, hosted a meeting to address First Nations concerns. It was more around response, but we are encouraged that perhaps there'll be more around mitigation and preparedness. And we would really like to see more emphasis on caring for traditional lands beyond the reserves. Finesse has had some recent really good news. So they have 2 full-time staff now, Dave Pascal and Vic Upshaw, who've come over from BC Wildfire to Finesse, and they're helping to develop a cultural burning program. I was hoping Dave could speak, but we'll catch up to them today. And then what happens for contract crews? And we saw this in 2017, we saw this in 2018, and there's a real emphasis from BC Wildfire right now for 5-pack crews for First Nations. The way the funding is set up, the finances, contract crews basically have to carry the work until 30 days after their invoice is processed. And in many cases, that's kind of a challenge and a deterrent. So Community Futures is providing loans, small business loans, to those contractors who are interested in going in that route. So, and then these are the kind of a summary of the work and the posters that we've been doing for the last 6 years. I've been very grateful to be part of this, but it's time to hand it over. We're not getting any younger. And I need to keep up to Harry. So one of the things we did pitch to Ottawa was I would like funding for an executive director and for 8 positions. So there'd be 2 per nation. There would be a firekeeper, and there would be a cultural burning coordinator. And those 2 would be basically like what Harry, Joe, and I do for the valley here. We would be taking that workload, and we would make sure that the 4 nations would have that ability to coordinate between their band offices and their natural resource departments. Right now, BC Wildfire knocks on your door under the Indian Act, right? Like they go to the natural resource department for every band office, and capacity is a huge issue. So we're not sure if this we know in theory this will help, but it's a capacity thing as well. Okay, cool. All right. And then we've got the protocols of cooperation. So this is something my daughter kind of inspired me to do. So we had done this for a governance project, and I think of Albert Antoine and his willingness to just be open, and we've got problems to solve, and we've got to figure out how to do that. And we can't do it with egos. So we've got limited capacity to get things done. Short-term planning is working. We can do what we can to contribute in a good way to our communities. We have to remember to respect and practice protocols of cooperation. So we did this through strong protocols agreed to between each community, which were implemented with the chief's authority, village to village, tribe to tribe, language group to language group. We had feast, potlatches, notes of different work. Andy can help me with that too. Yeah. Dances, trading ceremonies, powwows, and medicine dances, and meetings for that. And I think our meeting last night would fit into that important piece. And then there's the what do we do for ourselves to make sure we're healthy? Breathe and practice culturally based self-care and emergency response. Encourage healing outlets or methods. So even your healthcare people are responding to trauma, right? They're in trauma when we go through these things. And you know, if you can't work on others, if you're not able to be healthy yourself, you're just going to burn candle at both ends. So if there's a good network, I encourage like not just traditional, there's other ways as well. So the Reiki, the reflexology, yoga, you know, there's that as well that we can include. have community events to bring people together and share stories and provide supports and build a fire. Circle around and let's build a fire to bring people together. So, Chris Jeff, Lim Lim, and Carrie's. So, any questions, or shall I just go right? Anybody want to add anything or any questions? Kyle, he wants. Okay. Can you hear me, John? Ryan, Kyle?
Yeah, Alex Schweinman, Italian Special Counselor for the Lytton First Nation. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the invite for Lytton First Nation to talk about the 2021 wildfire and the progression that we've made in recovery. So we didn't put any presentation or anything together. It will just be a monologue of what we've done to date and how we've gotten here. I'll just start with I'll actually work my way backwards because we had a celebration yesterday that welcomed the members home into the interim housing from the members that lost their homes on reserve, and that was a very well attended and very special event that we had yesterday, and a lot of tears were shed and a lot of gratitude was relayed to everybody, and we recognize that there's a time still coming that the First Nation will need to reach out and thank everyone that's helped them get to the point that we are today. And I'll back up a little bit to some of the stuff that we've had to work through both jurisdictionally and also program-wise and health-wise, I guess, would be that. So everybody's fully aware of the devastation that happened with June 30th. In response to that, our entire community was on evacuation. We were actually, Lytton had its evacuation, First Nation had its evacuation order in effect for 1 year less a day. So we lifted the evacuation order on June 29th of 2022, with the exception of IR 18, portions of IR 17, and portions of IR 22. And through all of that, we came across a lot of hurdles. Initially, jurisdiction was probably the biggest one that council overcame with the help of the Mission Tribal Council. We had, essentially started recognizing that we have to take the lead for our own people, and we did put together a team. Council appointed a team that led from community members. We hired a recovery manager, Betty Rooney, who we were fortunate to get. She had experience from Calcan Fire and we started to put together a plan, recovery plan and implementation. We presented that to Resilience Services Canada for financial support, and we started working on the member side of things, their immediate needs, and recognized that, you know, one of the important things for our people was that they be able to return home to the land, because that is who we are. Having them dispersed throughout multiple provinces and multiple countries, because we've had evacuees down into the States as well. That working on bringing those people home was our number one priority, and making sure that we achieved a realm and doing that was safe for those people. So we have to look at all of the health services, the emergency services, slope stabilities, fire behavior, and what was going to be most effective for the people in the types of homes that they were in previously, and the types of homes that we were going to provide for them in the interim, knowing that the rebuild was going to be extensive. And even for the land-based side, you know, the First Nation took the essentially took the responsibility of the land, as the land is, you know, our responsibility. So that helped us to get through a lot of hurdles on tree removal and cleanup, regardless of what was on the land. The land itself and the responsibility to the environment weighed heavily on what the First Nation, and everyone agreed with us. So that's where we were able to expedite some of the debris removal and have it all tested independently. And you know, to date, our debris has been removed in its entirety, save one parcel of land that we have some archaeological concerns on, and we're just awaiting final reports that meet residential standards for reoccupation. And from that we had so the land side obviously also included slope stabilities to ensure that people are coming home, and obviously, you know, fire changes the dynamics of the ground. You know, we've seen it through the atmospheric river, where you know, after fire's gone through, the grounds become subject to flooding and more debris flow. So we had to take that into consideration on ensuring that when our members came home, that they were going to be safe from those potential hazards, that the locations that we were putting them in were safe from that. So we had teams doing slope stability. Trying to think where else we had debris removal, slope stability, interim housing. A bigger part of the people side of things that we've continually been working on and are still working on is the health impacts to our members, not only the ones that lost their homes, but just the community in general. And there has been a number of joint meetings between the First Nations Health Authority, Interior Health, and the bands in the area with representation to address some of the health needs. Obviously, there's even prior to our disaster, you know, it was evident that there was some gaps in the programming, and it's become more evident in response and recovery efforts to bringing the people home. Our people are having to learn a new way to live, essentially, as a result of the fire. You know, what was once you know, potentially a 15-minute ambulance call is now turned into a 1-hour ambulance call. What was once, you know, a 10-minute trip to see the doctor, you know, has become for some, you know, a 2-hour trip to see the doctor. So conditioning our members to keep that in mind. It's added to their stress in the reoccupation, and we'll continue working through that. And I believe another team is developing a health plan for those issues that have arisen as a result of that, and they'll continue to become more fulsome. We know that, I think that's across the board for response in mental health. It's not just a disaster response thing. I think it's just a general issue of concern. We started working on bringing our administration back to. We're looking for Nation. We lost our band office. So we have an interim band office that's being commissioned as we speak. We're hoping to have that operational by November 1st. And so there's a number of teams working on that. We also lost our community gathering place and a cultural building. So we've been working on a temporary community hall, and we understand, just as we are in the captain, we strive to gather together, and that's a big part of who we are. And we lost that place to gather, effectively has created some challenges for us in reaching out to ask the community what they want, and even today and for the near future. So we recognize that, and we put proposals together to address some of those needs. We're still a long ways from, being able to say that, we're recovered. There's continued amounts of work. Bringing in the right people to do the right jobs is probably the key thing that we found. We have engineering firms, we have civil work contractors, we have electrical contractors, we have contractors from all realms that are well versed in their areas, and we're very fortunate that internally the First Nation also has a very robust chief and council and a very competent staff to complement the work that we're doing and to ensure that general duties are maintained, and general access to support for the members is continuous. Even without having an actual workplace for them to operate out of, they still manage to meet the essential needs of members to date. I think that's about where we are. Don't know how much more I could have covered.
Okay, you gotta unmute.
Hansa, my name is Mandy Jimmy. I don't know if you've ever met. I was just wondering, this is some people might consider this a little rude, but it's, or maybe some people might think it's personal. But I was just wondering who you're as part of our intercapital.
Yeah, I'm ready for any questions if there's any questions from anyone.
Can you hear Mandy? Can you hear Mandy?
Oh, I can now.
Oh. I don't know what you heard. So the last part I was going to say is as is our tradition in Chicago, with many First Nations groups, Indigenous groups, is, when we introduce ourselves, we say who we are. And I was just wondering about your family. I know some of the Hannahs, and I was just trying to place you. Sorry.
Thank you, Mandy. My mother's Judy Hannah, and my father's Fred Hannah. We're from the Firekeepers in the west side of Frontier.
Oh, my Coach Jim, Coach Dave. And it sounds like you're doing wonderful work there, and you're on top of all the stuff that's happening. So I thank you for the report, very extensive report.
Thank you, Mandy. I will always refer to the we and the work that we do.
My name is Mary Angus, and I really appreciate the fact that you took the time to report. My father is Willard Angus, my mother is Minnie Angus Murray, and I've been really worried and sending a lot of positive energy your way for your community, and I've been trying to help as much as I could, but I really was in the dark as far as what the process was and the progress of how your community was feeling, and I was just getting bits and pieces of information, but nothing concrete. So thank you for this, Jim.
Thank you for that, and that's understandable. We've been our team's been essentially head down, and this last few days is probably the first time we actually came up for air, and it was well received, well needed, and we'll continue plugging away. And the communication side of things, broadly, we like to celebrate some of the successes that we have had to date, and I think yesterday was probably one of the monumental ones for being able to return some of our members home.
I have another question. It's Mandy. I'm not too sure. I was asking Jennifer if somebody was going to be reporting on the Stein fire. I'm not too sure if anyone's prepared to talk about that, but that's such an important area. I don't know if it's fair for me to ask that.
Yeah, just from my perspective, so I was in an immediate response to the Nahomin fire in July for the first few days, and my workload was too significant from the 2021 wildfire that we have another entire team that is working diligently on the Nahomin fire of 2022, and I'm not too sure if they were invited to this meeting today.
Thank you. Just that is good.
Yeah, we did reach out. We just didn't hear back. So, are there any questions for Nakaya online in Zoom? You good? Okay. Thank you very much, Christian.
Okay. Sure.
So, do I need to do something? We'll have a prayer for lunch.
And then we'll break for lunch.
For those online, we're coming to reconvene at 1.
Yeah. That is for the PTZs. He did he texted back. He called, but I have my calls muted right now because I didn't want it to disrupt anything, so I missed it. But it's an HDMI to USB cord that we would need. That's what he said. And we don't have one. So I guess that's what you need for the simpler setup. Okay, I know I can see somewhere. Hmm. I don't know why it's so big.
Anything that's on YouTube right now is going to be
Yeah. The only difference is you see the camera quality for this versus the PTZs. And if we get that, it'll look a lot nicer. Maybe I'll just make a new one.
Yeah, people want to.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be super. It just has to reach from the switcher to the laptop. That's what Cody said. Cody said so. Connecting the switcher to the laptop will only be for control. There should be a Roland UVC, so which is HDMI to USB, that connects from the laptop. And then the switcher HDMI goes to USB. It'll be HDMI on one side and then a USB on the other.
This is the USB, right?
The USB is like the rectangle. So it'll have that connection with
Yeah, I would take a picture. I'm a visual person. Yeah. So I always like pictures. So it'll be. HDMI to UVC? USB. HDMI. Oh, but the port itself is not UVC. Okay. Nothing is fit for it's built in. It's a HDMI to USB. Yeah. Granted, I'm sure you've got some of those.
yeah. There probably is somewhere, just not in. Which should be in the future. Now we know to keep it in this kit.
Yeah.
Because that was the thing when we were unpacking. When we used this equipment for Cuba, as long as it was there, but it was kind of spread out between different.
It's possible it was there and just kept it back in.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh well.
It's totally. Yeah, see, like it's always good. It's like the Nice. We were doing that like all the time in school. Like I try and sit there in those random spots and lay down. Like find a corner and fall asleep. I do.
Was one for dumping out footage, or I'm just wondering.
Sure. I have no idea. She gave me two. It's one terrifying and one's two. I did not even. I haven't even
You
set it
didn't
up.
use it?
I haven't used it yet because I haven't been able to do the switcher.
Well, maybe I will.
So-
And I see them back here. Maybe I'll begin the 2 terabyte, or would you need the 2? Well, I suppose you don't need any right anymore.
Yeah. I mean, unless I can get it set up, I will not even worry about it.
I didn't know. Did we take this to 2 with us? She was saying we did.
This switchboard, yeah. We had this, but I had this. Having this would have been really cool, but it's really heavy and it doesn't have wheels.
Yeah.
But I love this.
Isn't it great? When I seen you opening it up, I was like, what
I
is she
love
doing?
it.
Does she just want her privacy?
Yeah.
That's what when I saw her putting it up, I was like, oh, maybe she just wants her privacy to focus. And I didn't realize it was a.
Yeah, it's so cool.
Oh no, it's okay. They're a different type of SD card, and they're so expensive. Like I've only got I think 80, 380, 80 gigabytes or something, and one card is like $300. It's like so that's why I got 3. I got 2 of them, and they're so expensive. It's really expensive. Oh, it's because they have to be this. Because the camera does incredible things like shooting in 4 and 8K and stuff. They need these special cards. Mine doesn't look good, but I think those ones are fast for the slow motion because it's like really beautiful. How many frames per second? It's just anyway. As technology goes, anyway.
On. Oh, nice. That's good. No. I think she just said that they're starting a little bit late because they're figuring something out. Oh, that's so funny. I heard the opposite.
I haven't heard that. I'll wait until.
Oh my god, my B-reel has finally gone off at a cool time. Oh, that's so cool. My B-reel always goes off at like the worst times where I'm just like sitting in front of my computer. This is the first time it's gone off while I'm doing something cool. I love it. I love it.
Your what goes
Oh my, it's so, it's this new app. It's called B-reel. And basically it goes off at random times every single day. And so you take a picture, like this is my friends, like you take a picture of like what's in front of you, and then you can do a selfie. It takes a selfie at the same time, just to show like what you're doing at like different times of the day. And mine always goes off while I'm working, so it's just me sitting there like at my laptop. It's always just my laptop and a cup of coffee. Yeah,
You can watch
so
it. You're like,
it
oh,
shows
there I
you
am sitting there
every
at my
single day.
computer.
It's B-reel. It's really cool. Yeah, so you'd like add your friends and stuff.
So you like consent to it each time. Yeah. It's not like that's
Oh no. And you have like it'll go off, and then you have like 2 minutes to take the picture. I love it. It's so much fun.
I don't think I want to think I don't think I'm going to be able to do this, but nothing stop me from letting me get my
Yeah, see, I'm gonna try that one because that one looks a little more similar to the one to the way this remix has, and that could be just that some of them it'll be like the HTML will be an output and not also an input. So usually when people use HTML, they're using it to send like the computer screen to something else. So that could just be an output. So can I quickly try this to see if it makes any difference? So I want to see if it'll make any difference.
because I did do a quick Amazon. And that was what we were you can see that obvious. Yeah.
No.
Something else.
Yeah. Sadly. This is what I don't get because we never used a UVC cable for last time it was.
Oh.
It was an HDMI. So that's why I'm a little confused on why. Maybe, I don't know, maybe because it's. You know what? I think I'm gonna just figure it out. No. Check connection. No. Translate. Yeah, it just says cannot connect.
I have some gifts, and I'd like to gift the staff from Salish Society right now. Because I know you're going to be super busy at the conclusion of this. So if you want to come down. So. Well, Chelsea's been helping me through this for the last 8 months. Anyway, she's the project manager extraordinaire. You gotta pronounce it. There's stuff in it. There's good stuff in it. And then I've got something for Sephora. Thank you so much. So Sephora's doing online recordings of Stenatum stories as well, and we want to continue that. So if you have them, Norman, you need to talk to Sephora.
I downloaded basically it's this but online.
Is this for you?
And it once again, so now that's basically it. So I'm thinking because when we did the last setup with the
Tashi? An angel cat machine. Larry?
Is it just 2 seconds?
They're only just nourishing. Ah, dear Lena, this is for you. Thank you. Having this support and this technology and being able to live stream to people has been awesome. And everyone was able to witness our discussion last night around the fire up at Brooks Lake. So I think there's possibilities here. Chelsea. And then we had the brainstorm for that show Fire Country. We were like, we need a Firekeeper episode. And Chelsea can negotiate the rights. So we talked to Kevin on that one too, eh, John? And so, yeah, we want an episode like that. That would be good. Okay, so I'm going to ask Alyssa. So she's online, and we had a request from John about weather and conditions and forecasts. So, Alyssa, are you good to, let's see that you're on. Do I need to give you, oh, Ambler's on. Awesome, awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you for making that happen. Okay, so Ambler, the deal is I'm going to have Alyssa speak first. Or is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, awesome. All right, Alyssa, do you need to upload anything? You need me to?
Yeah, I do have a briefing. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Yeah, I do have some slides to share. I'm not sure if you need to share the screen with me or if I can share myself. Hello, everyone.
I have to make it a host, right? Okay, Alyssa, you should have some co-hosting.
Okay, let's see if I can share my screen now. And are you seeing my briefing up there yet?
Yes.
Excellent. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for having me here today. Before I begin, I would just like to say that I would like to acknowledge the land on which I work is the unceded territory of the Coast Salish people, including the territories of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh, and I'm very fortunate to work on these lands. My name is Alyssa Charbonneau, and I'm a warning preparedness meteorologist for Environment and Climate Change Canada. And I've been asked to give a sort of quick snapshot of the current weather picture with an eye towards what might be coming in the near future. So where do we stand right now? Well, I think it comes as no surprise to anyone that it has been very hot and dry for the month of September and into October. So this is looking at the last 10 days and comparing what we've seen to what is normal. And so on the left-hand side, it's our temperature anomaly, and you can see sort of in the Merritt area, we're looking at temperatures several degrees warmer than normal for this time of year. On the right-hand side, that is an image of the precipitation anomaly. Now, of course, through the Merritt area, it's not quite as dry compared to normal because we don't normally see as much rain, but towards the coast, you get an idea of just how dry it is. Those dark orange colors indicating, greater than 100 millimeters less rain than normal over the past 10 days. So really a significantly dry condition across British Columbia. So looking at the next slide, this just shows, this is a continuation basically of what we've had for the last 2 months. So we have been very dry since pretty much the middle of August. There's been a few weak systems that have brought very little amount of rain, and so that continues to be the case for the coast. Merritt area, again, not as wet of a place, so the anomaly isn't as great there, but still quite dry. So where do we sit today? Well, we are under a ridge of high pressure that's extending over pretty much all of BC. That is keeping things mainly sunny, but we do still have impacts from wildfire smoke. And so we're seeing some hazy skies, some local smoke. There still are local smoky skies alerts in effect. We have one out for the Fraser Canyon. So the Merritt area itself is not under an alert right now, but if you look to the image on the right-hand side, that's showing some of our air quality readings that I took from the 11 a.m. Update, and it's, the Merritt area is not looking too bad. Those blues indicate fairly good conditions, but to the south and to the west, you can start to see some of those oranges and yellows, some of the sensors picking up that wildfire smoke. So it's still in the area. It is impacting some visibility, and it's going to continue to do that for the next little while. So looking ahead, Saturday, Sunday, where do we sit? Not much change in terms of the overall weather pattern. So still warm, sunny, and still with that local smoke being an issue. So on the right-hand side, this is showing a forecast of ground level smoke concentration from tomorrow morning through to Sunday morning. And it's kind of hard to pick yourself out because there's no markers on this map, but basically, it's indicating that to the southwest, towards sort of the Fraser Canyon, Fraser Valley, that's where there's lots of smoke showing up on the ground. But really the grays all across the southern 2/3 of BC, really showing that there is potential for some local impacts from smoke pretty much right across the province. Now, we do see a bit of a change coming on Monday. That's when we're going to have a cold front come through, and it's going to bring some increasing clouds late in the day. And I think probably for your area, one of the main impacts will just be in terms of some gusty winds coming up in the afternoon from the southwest, gusting to 40 to 50 kilometers an hour. We do also have a chance of showers with this, but it's not looking like too much right now. The heavier showers are more towards the Columbia Mountains, and less so sort of for the Merritt, Nicola area. But we could see probably less than 5 millimeters, maybe even closer to 0, just a trace of showers late on more towards Monday evening. So just to give you a quick idea of some of the uncertainty we're seeing with this system, I'm showing 3 weather models here. These are all showing 24 hours of rainfall from early Monday morning to very early Tuesday morning, so as that cold front goes through. And I've tried to sort of highlight in a little dark blue circle on each image roughly the same area, which would show the Merritt area. You can see the Canadian model on the left, the European in the middle, and the American on the right. And basically, they're all showing amounts in that sort of light blue area, which is less than 5 millimeters in 24 hours. I'll say that the Canadian model and the European are a little bit more enthusiastic about the rain that they're willing to bring to the Columbias and parts of the Rockies. The American model remains quite dry, but I am happy to see a little bit more rain on the American and the European model, even though probably for the Merritt area it's not going to be too significant. So looking out past that, is that change? Is this the beginning of a change pattern? It unfortunately is not. So you'll see our 7-day forecast here. Monday night highlighting that chance of showers, and also notice the low of +3. So behind that cold front, temperatures are going to drop a little bit cooler. You'll notice that as well on Tuesday, that a high of +14. So a bit cooler air coming in behind the system. But it doesn't really last, and we see temperatures once again climb up towards 20 towards the latter part of next week, and dry conditions continuing. So what does it look like past Monday in terms of rain? This image on the left-hand side here is showing a 5-day rainfall amounts forecast out to the 17th of October, and it is basically showing nothing for the southern part of BC. And that's what all the computer models are forecasting right now. It's like return to dry, and it really is looking like it's going to persist into middle, late October at least, without really any clear signal of when that's going to change. And on the right-hand image here, again, this is showing sort of the middle to latter part of October, going out to October 22nd, and it's giving us, you know, a greater than 90% chance of above normal temperatures continuing. So in the medium range, we are still looking at dry and warm conditions. And finally, just for interest, I looked out at our seasonal forecasts. Now these average 3 months of weather altogether, and so kind of have to take them with a grain of salt because you really lose the fine detail of the weather systems when you do it this way. But on the left-hand side, this is showing the probability of what the temperatures will be like averaged over October, November, and December, and it's giving, I think it's about a greater than 70% chance of above normal temperatures. Now, obviously, October is going to probably come in well above normal, so that could be influencing this here. There's no, it's possible that, you know, you could have 2 above normal temperature months, and then December could be cooler, and that would still average out as above normal for the whole period, but that is what it's looking at right now. And on the right-hand side is probability of precipitation above normal. Now, this is very unreliable. For the Merritt area, it's sort of, it's actually, I think it's about white, which basically means it doesn't know. It's no better than chance, there's no real clear signal. It is interesting that for very southern part of BC, it's picking up a slight chance of above normal precipitation across the 3 months. We'll have to see how that turns out. Certainly in the beginning part of October, so the beginning part of this forecast, we're not really seeing that yet. And then the other thing people talk about a lot right now is La Nina, the possibility of maybe returning to another La Nina winter. We've just had 2, and this would be our 3rd. The forecast for that is still saying yes, we could see another La Nina winter. La Nina winters can sometimes be associated with cooler and snowier along the coast in particular. But in this case, it really doesn't come into play until sort of the late fall into the winter. So for our fall forecast, you know, whether that La Nina does develop or persist, it doesn't necessarily tell us too much about what the weather is going to look like for the fall. And so in summary, warm and dry in the short term. We've got one day on Monday when we'll see some cooler weather with some gusty winds and a chance of showers. And as well, you know, because we've been seeing some, well, drought conditions, the trees maybe weaken, there is a potential that even though the wind may not be too gusty, they could lead to some more isolated power outages, things like that. And then on past that, we're back into warmer and drier conditions than normal, and we don't really see a real shift in the pattern. No real rain is in sight yet. And that's it for me. Thank you very much for having me. I can answer any questions if there are any.
Any questions for Alyssa?
Hello, my name is Mandy Jimmy. I was just wondering about weather patterns in terms of what is the likelihood of storms like we had in August to actually be at the exact area that it occurred during the summer when we had the bad mudslides along Highway 8. It just seems that it's almost like the odds are that it's not going to occur there again. And as a community member in that area, and I drive up and down that highway, and what the community members are saying it's scary for us because we keep hearing areas of concern, where a whole mountain slide might come down, and so I'm just wondering, what are the odds of something like that actually happening in our little area again? Will it occur maybe on Highway 5A or Highway 8A or wherever?
Yeah, so that I'm trying to remember correctly, but it was a sort of thunderstorm type, heavy, intense rainfall, was it? That storm?
Yes,
I'm
it
trying to
was.
remember the details of it. Yeah. Yeah, those, unfortunately, as you mentioned, I mean, because they're very localized, but they can be quite intense, it's very hard to sort of predict if it will hit in the exact same spot again. I think, whenever there's the sensitivity to those kind of weather events, obviously, that is a scary situation. And in a way, they're very hard to predict a long ways out. Because they are so localized, it may not hit exactly in the same spot again, but that is a kind of weather pattern that we do see, particularly through the summer months. That's when we tend to get those convective, intense, heavy downpours. So as we move into the fall, those types of rainfalls are less likely. But next summer, that is a typical weather pattern. Now, whether it will hit the exact same spot again or not, it's really too hard to say. It's just, unfortunately, the way those storms pop up, they're very localized, they're very intense. But there is a risk there, I would say, in the summer more than through the winter.
And so a follow-up question
Yeah.
in regard to that is, at our community meetings, a lot of ideas and questions come up, and one of the questions that came up at our meeting, maybe Charlene can help me remember, but the forewarning for us as community members, that it just came so sudden, but we think as community members that it was, that people who work in this area know about it. But, we as, citizens here, community members, don't know that it's going to happen. So there's nothing to help us prepare.
Yeah, absolutely. There are a few different resources that you could turn to. We do have weather forecasts, which include forecasts of thunderstorms that we put out every day, and I can direct you to some resources. I could maybe forward those after the call. However, as you mentioned, sometimes these storms do come up very quickly, and knowing that the potential exists over a wide range, it can be hard to know if it's going to hit right in that location. Radar can sometimes be helpful. Unfortunately, our radar was being replaced this summer, so it wasn't around, but next year it should be back up and running, which, depending on if your area is got good radar coverage, because of course our mountains play a role with that. Could also be useful to see these storms coming in a little bit further in advance, but yes, the lead time for them is not as significant as it can be for some of these bigger storms. The other thing is, especially when you have real sensitive slopes, sometimes the threshold of heavy rain that could cause an impact can be below, the real threshold at which we might be issuing watches or warnings. But those are always a very good indicator if there's going to be significant risk that day for your area. But yeah, I think it is a tricky thing to know, because as it's so slope specific in some cases. But yeah, the local forecasts and trying to have a bit better information given to you about the potential for thunderstorms producing heavy downpours is something that would be useful. And we do produce a forecast every day with that, and it should be accessible to the public next year for sure. So if I can direct that, somebody can follow up with me, I'll make sure to get those resources to you.
Okay, and this is Mary Angus. I guess my question to you would be, how are you working with, like, say, forestry or like the high mountains? Because when the fire went through the Fraser Canyon and up into the Nicola Valley, a lot of the trees got burnt down. A lot of trees fell. The slopes are unstable, and so I know you can't predict where the storm is going. However, my question is, are you looking for those weak areas on the mountain slopes? Because there was a rainfall and Nikomin was affected by it. Lytton and between Boston Bar was affected. On Highway 8 between Spencer's Bridge and Merritt was affected as well. And so my question is, you're looking after the weather, but are you also looking after the slopes? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We ourselves are not involved with assessing the slopes, so that is done by provincial authorities, I believe. We do talk with our counterparts in the Ministry of Environment and those who kind of take those sort of issues under advisement, and we take it under advisory, I should say. And we definitely like to we try to be aware where there are those sensitivities and then tailor our alerting and our forecasts to them. Obviously, it's difficult with such a big province as BC and so many local slopes and effects. But yeah, we do try to be aware. But we, as you mentioned, are more on the weather side of things. So we're not out in the field kind of making sure, checking out on the slopes ourselves. But we do work with Wildfire, River Forecast Center, and the BC, and try to stay up to date on those sorts of impacts and sensitivities as well.
Okay. Oh, Kelsey.
Thanks very much. Yeah, my name is Kelsey, and I'm interested in whether so after the heat dome here, they started putting out heat warnings kind of more frequently. And I'm wondering if there's a movement that you know of towards putting out warnings for like critical fire danger weather that go to the general public, because I know that's something that they do in other places south of the border, and that can be kind of a useful preparation for people just to know that those systems are happening. Yeah, just wondering if you know anything about whether that might be something Canada's working on or BC is working on. Thanks.
That's a great question, and the answer is I am not aware of any movement towards that, which doesn't mean that it isn't happening. It's just nothing that I'm aware of. I agree that that sort of information can be very useful to the public.
Okay. Thank you very much, Alyssa.
Thanks for having me.
Enjoy the day, the rest of the day. And now I'll have Jennifer plug in. We have Jennifer Young from Bc Wildfire joining us. Sure.
Thanks for having me come today. My name is Jennifer Young. I'm the Senior Wildfire Officer for Prevention at the Kamloops Fire Center. And I have the pleasure of living and working on the unceded territory of the Kamloops. Sorry if I said that wrong. Nation. I'm still learning pronunciation and I'm very terrible at it. So thank you for having me come today. The presentation is really not that long. The intention really is to go over some stats for the 22 season and share some of the information that we've gathered up till yesterday. As you can imagine, 2021 was a very challenging season throughout the Kamloops Fire Center. All of us lived through that. It was, I said to Jennifer, pretty fantastic and not in a good way. But 2022 started off really delayed. It was very cool and wet, and I think from a fire center perspective, we were very hopeful it would have been a very non-event season. But we did get a fire season, even though it was below average seasonal temperatures in May and June, and above average amounts of precipitation. Once we hit July and August, it was hot and it was dry, and we saw the Kamloops Fire Center, as well as parts of other areas in British Columbia, experience drought-like conditions or very dry conditions, and a number of fires did occur throughout the season. We had a lot less area burn this year, thankfully. We had about 21,738 hectares of area that was burned within the Kamloops Fire Center itself. And we had 428 wildfires throughout the center. I'm going to get into a couple more stats later, but compared to last year, I think we had something like 560,000 hectares in the center itself burned. So we were definitely, thankfully, on the lower end of hectarage. When we look at the stats, these statistics demonstrate that almost 71%-ish of fires were attributed to natural causes, so lightning fires. 29% of those fires were the result of human cause. And as you can see down here, about 0.7% of our fires we have as determined as undetermined. So part of what my job in the Kamloops Fire Center is to work on that 29% for next year to get it even lower. Fire management costs or wildfire suppression costs within our fire center so far have been approximately $49 million. We're still processing invoicing that we're still receiving from contractors and other folks who have assisted us with fire suppression efforts this year. But as you can see, even on a year where we don't have lots of hectarage area burn, we still had a large number of fires. It does result in a large value of suppression dollars being spent to put those fires out. We had 17 fires this year within the Kamloops Fire Center, which we consider fires of note. And within British Columbia, we only had 4 of those within Kamloops Fire Center. And so really, when you think about a fire of note, that is a fire that really is of interest to the public. It might not be that 0.1 hectare fire, that stump or whatever, but it's some of those fires that are a little bit larger in size, that have a larger impact on people and the lives of people in the center. So we had 4 of those this year within Kamloops. And compared to last year, we had 67 of those within the Kamloops Fire Center. 67 of those within BC, 25 occurred within this fire center. So it just goes to show the magnitude of the size of fires that actually occurred in the center this year was smaller than it was in 2021. Some of the highlights that we had this year include we continued to work closely with some of our local First Nations on incident management teams. We implemented a First Nation liaison. Coming out of last season, we started implementing them on some of the fires of note within our fire center, and it's a position that is we found to be of great value because that individual has the connections within communities and can really work with the wildfire service and with the community to make sure the needs of the communities are met. And on things like, what is that impact of that fire happening on the ecosystem, on the landscape? Are there any archaeological sites that we need to be aware of that obviously we may not have awareness of? And that individual would liaise with the community so that we would minimize our impact on those sacred sites. We also continue to work closely with First Nation communities that are interested in establishing wildland fire fighting crews. And the Sim First Nation is one of the first, it came out of last year. It's one of our first Indigenous initial attack crews that has been extremely helpful in providing support to the Wildfire Service and to the people of British Columbia in providing fire suppression within British Columbia. I anticipate that this initiative will continue to expand in coming years, and I think, Jennifer, you even mentioned that there was conversations happening that you've been aware of, that we're seeing that with other nations, and we're starting to see other nations come forth and provide Indigenous initial attack crews. So I think the model that we saw with the Sim First Nation is something that is a model we'll start to see with other nations as this program begins to expand. Given the wet and cool spring that we had, we did have a few prescribed fires on our books. We managed to get 2 prescribed fires off in the Lytton area. And we managed to get part of one, I counted as one, but part of one we were prepping for the Crater 2 prescribed burn. But because of the cool, wet weather that we had this spring, we weren't able to continue with the program. It just, the window of opportunity closed with green up coming. But I do have another presentation if there's time or interest, and I can show you some of the areas that we're working on and what the names of those burns are and the partners that we're working with for prescribed fire within the Kamloops Fire Center in the coming spring or this fall, next spring, and potentially next fall. But given how and what this fire center, and I'm including all communities within the fire center, went through last year, it's not surprising that we had very few prescribed fires in the spring. People were still reeling and coming to terms with the impact that 2021 had across the whole center. And that was just kind of a snapshot in time for the 2022 season. I feel like I'm not that exciting. I'm quite happy we didn't have a really exciting fire season this year. I'm looking forward to, part of what I do in the fire center is really try to get prevention and cultural prescribed fire moving. And so if there's any questions about stats, I can try my best to answer them. If there's any interest after this to talk about cultural prescribed fire and how we work within in my unit, I'm more than happy to even also talk about those questions. So Jen, I'll turn it back to you.
Are there any questions for Jennifer number 2?
I'm wondering if from 2021 fire events, the backburning experience is going to help reduce risk of fire spread rather than stopping the fire. As when I was leaving Nickman and I was driving by Spencer's Bridge, I seen firefighters that worked forestry igniting along the bottom edge of the mountain that's on the southeast side of Spencer's Bridge, going out towards Nickman. And my thought was, that's going to get hot, because if it was a unit crew that was in there, they would have started from the top and zigzagged down as the fire was still far away. And that would reduce the intensity of the fire, which ran up the mountain after they lit it, and just obliterated the trees up top. They had no chance of surviving. Whereas if it was a controlled burn rather than a light up, the landscape would be in a lot better shape than it is now around Spencer's Bridge. And another one is around Shacken. When they lit off from the Nicola River, one of the things that we learned as burners is you always round it off, round it off and tie it off to the fire, and that wasn't done. That's why we had the fire come towards Merritt here and had people move out. The evacuees that didn't have their ESS up to date had to move out. So in the future, I would really look at how backburns are applied and who's applying them. Thank you.
Any other questions for Jennifer? I'll just check online. Nambler, is that a question?
No, not really. I was there when that was taking place. I just thought if I could speak to that a little.
Sure, Ambler, if you want to add some context, we'll turn it over to you.
Yeah. My name is Ambler Gregoire. I'm from the Okanagan Nation. I am been in the wildfire for 23 seasons. I was in that location when that happened. And yeah, you're right. Being able to do a controlled burn as opposed to a back burn is way more beneficial. At that very point in time, it was within about a 6-hour period of extreme fire weather that all the fires at the exact same time we're having in the valleys. There was a lot of effort made to do a prescribed fire. And well, not so much prescribed, but more of a back burn, and then have it back down the hill. That's always our utmost goal to achieve. And during my time over there last year, I was quite involved in that section between Nickerman, Spence's Bridge, and up to Shacking, all in that division. Fire last year, had quite a bit of challenges in that area, and having my unit crew go through there and fight that fire was a really daunting task. Even having the resources we did have, still we could have used another 200 hands at least, another whole contingent of fire engines and helicopters and everything. But since the whole province was under extreme pressure, to do the big backburn, we weren't capable of doing it. Honestly, because we didn't have enough resources. So that took a lot out of me last year. I just want to let you know that I was there, and it was a tough time. We did what we could, and we did what we could. Past that, it was tough. It was a tough time out there. That was my area, and all our intentions were to have it back down the hill, but we didn't have the call AIDS machine, which is a aerial ignition device that is used to light fires with the dragon balls, the little dragon eggs, ping pong balls, and then have it come down the hill. At the same time as that fire was going on, Shacking was being challenged directly into that drainage, and then Cache Creek was also having a big wind event and pressure over on that side as well. So we set up contingency lines. We set up safety domes around properties all through that drainage, from Nickerman to Spence's Bridge, and the Cooksbury band out to Sackett. A lot of time and effort was put into there to minimize the impact of the people who were living in that area. And it was a tough thing to see. We also had the Botany Basin up to our west of the Thompson River drainage that goes and connects to the Fraser Valley on the other side. So we had all those communities and fire activity that was challenging each day. And we did have some local crews with us that made a big difference and were very impactful. We had the hot crew out of Lytton that was with us, and they, as a 4-pack and 5-pack, helped out tremendously in that effort down there. And without their local knowledge, I think things could have got even a little bit worse. So, to all that said, I just hope that that'll do for anything. If you want to talk more, you can reach out to me personally, and then we can talk more about that.
Yeah, I had stayed back in Nickman and prepared my house for that fire when everybody got evacuated out from Lytton. Nickman got evacuated out the same day, and I thought I had maybe about 3 days at 10 miles, and I had 5 days. And the 100 mile and other fire engines from structured firefighters that came down, and our water was not usable because 45 minutes in the electrical pump went down, and we had no water whatsoever. And then Lilwood sent in a crew to relay tanks up, and on the 5th day I left, and that's when I seen the backburn going, and I left because the fire was just topping Tank Creek Hill, and I chose to leave at that time. So that's why I was saying that there was time on that burn at Spencer's Bridge. So there has been some words going on about the landscape that happened because of the back burn, and that's why I'm bringing it up. Like, and it's not laying any blame or anything. It's just that I'm talking about the experience and how to be able to fight fire with fire and know the distances and stuff like that. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question. Ambler, where are you calling in from today?
You can check. I'm calling in from Hackla First Nation. Family-in-laws over here. The Bob and Terry family of Hackla. With our family is dealing with loss over here, and that's why I'm dialing remotely. Otherwise, I'd have made the effort to be there today.
You done on? I have a question. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm at the theater, and I think I want to ask a question about after all. I mean, it's going to be happening, in the future, burns and stuff like that. But I'm just wondering what the plans are in regard to the trees that are burnt, the trees that are falling, the regrowth to strengthen the land, the hillsides and all that, because I think that's going to be factors in some of these other things that we have to deal with. And when I this is just all kind of hearsay. I'm not getting it directly from the sources that I probably should be, because I don't have a means to talk to people that are dealing with it. I've been told that it might take 5 years before the trees can be replanted and all that, and I'm just wondering, 5 years, is that shortened in terms of how the plants might be normally, or could it be quickened, so that the hillsides could be treated? prevent some of these future things?
Thank you. That's a really great question. And I probably will not be able to answer it as completely as someone from the resource district would be, or the recovery program would be. Maybe I'll just give a quick sketch of how I think it occurs, and then what I can do afterward is follow up with the resource district and connect them with Jennifer, so she can provide maybe another session where they can speak to that piece. I know last summer, last winter, BC Wildfire Service kept staff on over winter after the atmospheric weather event to support that, but also to support with the seeding program to help stabilize some of the really sensitive slopes. So from that perspective, we support the resource district in that area. The resource district is the subject matter expert in government for when they plant trees and when they seed slopes. What we identify to them is things like, we know that there's a fire on the land base, for example, the Lytton Creek Fire or the Tremont Creek Fire, any of those, and we identify that we have potential for very sensitive slopes that might be impacted. And what happens is what that queues up is a post-wildfire natural hazard assessment. So engineers are sent out to do an assessment of these slopes, and they come up with a plan on how they're going to stabilize or what treatment occurs. Government has also stood up in the last year, I believe, a recoveries branch. And so I'm not as familiar with all the things that they do, but what I could do is work with Jennifer and see if we can maybe have someone come and speak to what that means, and what that means to some of these large impacts from a fire perspective. So that way you can take that information back to your community and share that information, because I suspect maybe we haven't been as good at talking about those things. Would that be helpful for you? And then that way we can maybe get to the answer of the question of, can we fast forward 5 years, or can we do it in 3 years and start to replant? I think the goal is to stabilize the slopes first before you plant any trees. But I will work with Jennifer, and we'll get maybe the resource district and recoveries branch to come back to this team and speak to that. Yeah? No, but you know what? You're not just a community member. You're a person that wants an answer, and so we'll do our best to provide that. Yeah.
Because Nickman was affected by both fire and flood. Above our reserve, we have a clear-cut block that's about the same size as the fire that went through, that affects that slope. And in I think August and September 2021, after the fire went through and there's a road that was widened, and the slope was turned the other way, so we had a debris flow come down, like topsoil and small branches, lots of pine needles, and some little bit of gravel, and the gravel that came from where the clear-cut logging block was. And what had happened was a logging company had went up there, and they ran their drainage ditch all a long way down the forest access road, and then pointed it into one drainage, which is called Devil's Creek. And after the November 15th happened, or just before that, we had that company go up and divide the water between the drainages. And when November 15th happened, we were so concerned about above us that we didn't know what was going to happen with the Nickman River, which took out our bridge. And during the meetings with the EMBC, I requested to have culverts put in to work with the natural drainages and to have low level grass and high level grass reseeding, and they did it just in time. They came down and they seeded it all up, and so the grass had started growing and it started holding the soils down. So when later on when the rainfall started happening, we did not have the slides that's happened on either side of Nickman. And also you take a look at what happened to Dot Ranch. That never happened in Nickman. And I was talking with our BC Ministry of Forest Protection Branch, a Rattler crew, and they need to train danger tree fallers. So I told them to come in and drop all the danger trees and buck up the branches. And he was asking about to burn it. I said, no, just leave it as it is. Because once you take off the branches and you cut the logs up, them into 8-foot lengths so that it can't roll down the bank, it will start to rot and start to feed back the earth. And so using that, and I came up here to Merritt to talk with a forestry district here and to work with logging companies in doing select logging in our area because of our watersheds and that, and have them when they go in to do it, not only select log, but then the salvage logging that's going on now. They also asked about the pile and burn, and I said, no, just you bring your machines in, you drop all the trees, and you take out whatever you can, and just disperse everything else, spread it out so that the earth can start to get nutrients from the trees, and they'd be able to plant trees a lot quicker because they don't have to worry about overhead dangers. So it's a work in progress right now. So we have a logging company in there now that's salvage logging, and they're doing exactly what we asked, disperse all woody debris to feed the ground, so that grass and stuff that can start to grow there again. As some of the soils after the fire went through and we went back, before the rains came, and I was walking around up there, the hot spots in there, where you see the trees that have no branches whatsoever, just like poles standing. The earth was burnt to a point where you pick up the dirt and it slides through your fingers like mercury. And that's not life giving. So if we're able to put the trees down, buck it up to the safe length so it's not going to roll down the mountain or get taken down the mountain by water, we can help our Mother Earth be able to start taking care of herself. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Do I have time? Okay, so what I'm going to do here is, sorry, I've normally changed the name of the presentation, but I wasn't sure if we'd have time. I gave a briefing to our Kamloops leadership team late last week about where. Oh. I'm not tech savvy. I gave a briefing to the Kamloops leadership team, which is all of our wildfire officers from each of our zones and our program areas, as well as our management team, about an update on where we're at within the Kamloops Fire Center, what I know from a prescribed fire perspective of projects that BC Wildfire Service is working with other partners on for this fall, for next spring, for the following fall, and there's one pie in the sky one that is maybe 2024, so I don't have very much information about that one, but just to give you a sense of kind of where we're at and given that I provide leadership to Cultural Prescribed Fire within the center, if you want to talk about it afterward, I'm more than happy to do that. So I'll just give you a bit of an overview of where we're at with the names of the burns, what zone they would be in, and what the partnerships are. So for the 2022 season, you may see some folks you recognize here. I stole it from the internet. We have the Crater 2, which is a prescribed fire that we've had on our, what I call our books, but on our ledger to be able to accomplish. We've been working with the Lower Similkameen Indian Band, the Okanagan Nation Alliance, as well as the Okanagan and Shuswap Resource District. This is the second phase of a larger project. With COVID and with some of the weather windows really shutting very quickly, it's the remainder piece of this project, which is in the Ashanilla Valley. And our K5 zone, or our Penticton Fire Zone, is working with these partners to hopefully be able to accomplish this burn, hopefully this fall. Given that we have not had rain, I suspect this particular fire, prescribed fire, will be moved to next season if the window doesn't materialize. We are also working with the Penticton Indian Band, the Okanagan Nation Alliance, Okanagan Shuswap Resource District, as well as Gorman Brothers and Bc Wildfire Service on the Monroe prescribed fire. This was initially slated for the spring of 2022. Just given how green up happened, we weren't able to complete it. We have about 170 hectares. That this is probably our priority number one project, just given that we will probably have that window to be able to actually accomplish this one. And Crater 2 may bump down just if the window doesn't materialize, but we will be working to complete that one as well. So my hope is this fall we will, in the next couple of weeks, be able to actually have the Monroe prescribed fire undertaken. And I apologize for my pronunciation, but the Wishtim Cultural Prescribed Fire is about 50 hectares in size. This is a partnership with the Bridge River Indian Band, Bc Wildfire Service, and Finesse. And this is a cultural prescribed fire along the Highway 40 corridor near the Bridge River community. It has both cultural and ecological objectives, such as increasing forage, berry production, protection of juniper trees, thatching ant mounds. We have a draft plan completed. We being not BC Wildfire Service, but the planning team has a draft plan completed. It is just in its kind of final review stage. We thought it might be something we'd be doing this fall. However, I suspect, given that it hasn't finished that complete review, it'll be one of our spring burns for 2023. So for 2023, we have the Chuchwa Cultural Prescribed Fire, which is about a 22 hectare, not contiguous, but blocks of area within the Simp First Nation. And this is a partnership with Simp First Nation as well as BC Wildfire Service. Really the only thing that needs to happen on this one is we have a letter of agreement, as we've talked at different things that the park right now, but that's really the only thing that has to occur, is just to kind of make sure that that's still valid for the objectives of what Simp First Nation would like to achieve. And it's a partnership between the nation and BC Wildfire, so we assist them in the actual implementation of this burn. In addition to that, what you're going to see, this is our Penticton Fire Zone, and I can certainly provide a PDF of these slides to you, Jen, if you needed to share them out. But the Penticton Creek, these three projects are stemming from some of the wildfire risk reduction funding that has occurred over the last few years, and we've partnered with the Penticton Indian Band as well as the Resource District for the Penticton Creek prescribed fire. For the Ellis Creek, which is about just under 100 hectares. This again is a wildfire risk reduction prescribed fire, and it's with Penticton Indian Band, the Shuswap District, as well as BC Wildfire Service working on this one. And then Meadow Valley, this is those same folks, but also factored in forest industry. So these are three burns that we just weren't able to accomplish this past spring. that will be put into our spring lineup for 2023. I'm sure many of you folks have seen this area on a map. This is the area south of Lytton, and the yellow kind of polygons that you see on the map are the location of a number of prescribed fires that our Lillooet and Lytton Fire Base are working on with the First Nations in this area. And so we have IR number 17, Lytton First Nation, Lytton Creek prescribed fire. It's very small, 1 hectare in size, and this really is a maintenance burn. A number of the fires that you'll start to see in this little part of the presentation are, some of them are maintenance of prescribed fires or treatments that the First Nation with BC Wildfire Service have done in the past, and they're just coming due for their maintenance. And so in this particular one, the zone is working with Lytton Creek First Nation to kind of pull the dust off the burn plan, make sure it's still relevant given that things have changed. And then hopefully this will be a polygon that gets a prescribed fire this spring. In addition, they're working with the Scuppa Indian Band. It's polygon, they're calling it Polygon 7B. It's about an 18 hectare burn. They were unable to complete this spring because elk were on site, and they needed to postpone because of they didn't want to disturb the elk. So it's BCWS is providing the people for this, but the Scuppa Indian Band are definitely partners in it. My understanding is there's not enough people there for the Scuppa Indian Band to actually have everyone do it, so we're providing that assistance. So this picture here on the right, full disclosure, is not a Kamloops Fire Center picture. What's really interesting about this picture is the drone footage. This is from a prescribed fire in the Southeast Fire Center that occurred this year. And I just thought it was really interesting that they actually used, I believe they used the drone to help with ignition of the prescribed fire, given where the location was. Two new prescribed fires that are hopefully going to occur in the spring. Again, Loring Way is a 21 hectare polygon near the village of Lytton, and the Resource District are working together on this one, as well as BC Wildfire Service, and this is one of those prescribed fires that is coming from that wildfire risk reduction stream. So we're starting to see fire be factored into risk reduction measures, which is a really good thing. We are actually only, the whole project is about 21 hectares. The first step of that project is a 2 to 4 hectare piece, and that's the part that will hopefully occur in the spring. There's still work that has to be done from a maintenance perspective on the remainder piece of the risk reduction project. In addition, we have Polygon CR2, which is a 12 hectare area, which is the Scuppa Indian Band, Cascades Resource District, and BC Wildfire Service. And again, this comes from wildfire risk reduction project that occurred in 2019, and just given the last couple of years, we just haven't been able to finish this project. And so the finishing piece of the project is the actual prescribed fire on the site. We also have Siska, a 7 hectare prescribed fire, which is new for the spring. And this is a fuel management treatment, but also a cross-training opportunity with Siska Indian Band, NNTC, and BC Wildfire Service. So while we're still seeing fuels management, we're starting to see some of those other benefits associated with these partnerships, which is, I think, really a really positive thing. I'm not sure if many of you are familiar with the Murray Creek prescribed fire. It occurred a couple years ago. I think it occurred like my second year here in 2018. This is about 170 hectare area, and it's coming back online now for its maintenance. The tricky with this one, while we're kind of planning for spring, reality is because there's species at risk there, it likely will be a fall burn because of the rattlesnake habitat. So those are things that are being looked at, and it is a partnership with Cooks Ferry, Cascades Resource District, and BC Wildfire Service. Let's see. Also, in our K6 zone, which is our Merritt Fire Zone, of which we're currently sitting, the District of Cascades, through the Crown Land Wildfire, CLWR, Wildfire Risk Reduction Program, have a couple of other areas where they're looking at potentially. One is the rodeo grounds, the other is the Kootenay Plateau near Merritt. They're just at the general beginning stages of the planning, so there really isn't much that I can speak to on these ones, but they're just things that may be occurring in and around this area. And then let's go to 2024, just because I didn't want to lose sight of an area north of Kamloops Lake. The Thompson Rivers Resource District has started to have conversations with BC Wildfire Service about potentially having some polygons on the north side of the lake come into a prescribed fire realm. And so there is no prescription or burn plan or any of those things done yet, but this is just a project that is potentially in 2024 hopefully will come to fruition from a prescribed fire perspective. And that's pretty much it from what I know from the state of where we're at from a BC Wildfire Service perspective. Obviously, if there's any cultural prescribed fires you guys have ideas about or would like participation from us in that, I am so open for conversations to start that. We may not 100% agree on the planning process yet, but I think that if we start early, then that's where I can get myself behind the 8 ball and pre-position things so we can provide assistance. I know you have a question, so I'm looking at you. I always like your questions.
Yeah, the process of the vegetation after fire goes through. In Nickman, we had primarily overflow of alfalfa, which is like a fire plant in itself. But when the fire was coming up to Nickman, a squad from Unit Crew and Merritt here, the Fire Devils, went up to Nickman to check on it, and they seen the bladder bags filled and no personnel, and there's pumps, and so they burned from the downwind side and took out all the fuels. They burned right through our community, and the fire had even exploded across the river at that time because they could see some spotting within our reserve, so they decided to take a chance on it. And now there's a different vegetation that's coming in. Like there's knapweed is starting, and then there's some, I don't know what they're called, but they're pretty big. They stand about 4 feet tall, and the stalks are really thick. It has branches, something like tumbleweed, but it's not a tumbleweed. No, fireweed is thinner. It's usually like a miniature tree. Yeah, and there's lots of it, which works out good for us because it's spread to the mountains also, and the roots on them are about 5 or 6 inches, and so that I believe that helps stabilize our hills, but it's also a challenge on maintaining the fuels within our reserve now.
Yeah, I'm gonna thank you very much, Jennifer. Absolutely. Here we go. Thank you very much. Okay, so I want to get Ambler speaking here before we take a break. When we enter, you're good, Ambler? I'll give you a bit of an introduction. Yeah. When we interviewed Ambler to some of our questions, he had some very interesting answers. And it was interesting, and we didn't tell you this, Joe and I afterwards. Joe's like, well, he didn't understand the questions. And I said, no, Joe, he's answering it from a very different thinking. It's much more spiritual. So I wanted, and Ambler's got some ideas around recruitment. So you want to do an intro, Ambler, and I'll let you take it away.
Work is snacksneo, try squeeze, lip, nickel mud, Nikamapla. Hello, my name is Andrew Gregoire. I live in head of the lake. That's in Vernon. That's where my people are from. That's where I was born and raised. So with the questions that we're going over about recruitment and retention of First Nations candidates and First Nations involvement happened. I think that was June. I think this year we were talking about it, and I was in the midst of recruiting and training our junior initial attack crews for my fire base. I just recently moved back to Vernon as a wildfire assistant with the Vernon Fire Zone. I had spent the previous 12 years in Merritt Fire Zone there with everybody in the K6 Cascades District, learning a lot about that area, that country, the people there, my relations that are from there, and the relations that I've made that are lifelong as well. So we definitely had quite a bit of different discussions about recruitment and retention of First Nations candidates. Some of the challenges that we face as recruiters and First Nations people who are involved with the Ministry of Forests is quite different in different areas. I think that some of the smaller communities definitely flourish when it comes to the ability to identify firekeepers and or recruits for the role of firefighter in their communities. There's a lot of projects and initiatives that are taking place in all the bands. Like you just heard about the prescribed fire. I know a lot of students help out on those things with their parents and with their family. I know that conversation happens quite a bit. Fire on the landscape and putting fire on the landscape is always a exciting portion of the job, but all the legwork that it takes to do the prescriptions and all the fire smarting and that kind of information that is always out there for everybody. I think it's lost a little bit with transitioning that information into the fire crew role. I think that we're definitely getting stronger at it, and our candidates are getting recognition as, you know, they're being from that land. They have a different connection to it, and that's always been my biggest thing as a firefighter, is that I have a different connection to the landscape and to the people than others do, I believe, because it's more personal to me. Because when that question came up earlier, that hit home. I know that I don't know who asked that question, but I was there when it happened, and when that happened, I made sure that I was doing my very best, and that's why we'll always answer to that. Those actions down there. My elder came out actually a couple days before that. My uncle Walter Archcalcan came down and drove right through the roadblocks, right through everything, drove right out. He says, "Hey, Cayuse." I had on the radio, I says, "Oh, okay. Uncle's looking for you, all right." You know, went and met with my uncle. So what's going on? Oh, this fire's going crazy. Okay, well, do a good job. Work hard. Okay? So, and that's that connection that, having an elder come out and look at you and tell you to work hard. That's because that's where they're from. That's where their community is. That's where their families were raised, and that's where they played and they've hunted and gathered and grew up through all these years. So that's the different perspective that I carry with me as a firefighter out in the land. I always want to just make sure that part is always taken care of for myself. So when I look at the recruitment and everything, that it does start from the young ones. They're influenced by all of our stories. They're influenced by our uncles and our big cousins and our aunts and grandpas and grandmas, as that's who our heroes are. And so when we're creating that for our children and our youth, we've always got to put that positive perspective on it in the recruitment of that next generation that's going to be just as effective and determined and diligent in their implementation of firefighting tactics on the landscape. And so with all that said, that with the First Nations involvement, that's everybody. That's all their business. Of course, we try to recruit as soon as possible, find suitable candidates, and help people find a foothold in the workforce and give them a stepping stone to get to the next levels. I've fought fire for my whole adult life so far. I started when I just turned 18, so I know the difference in being just a firefighter is basically, what we don't want. We want, to have somebody come in, make the best of it, have a great time. And if this is really something that they want to do for 20 years, by all means. But just having that opportunity to get on the front lines and to go to these different provinces, different territories, and different communities throughout Canada, throughout the United States, and potentially even going throughout the world as a firefighter is a definite possibility for everybody that's out there. And to keep that in mind when we're putting this forward is that everything's changing as well. The landscape's changing, the temperatures are changing, the job itself is changing all the time. You got to be as good at stacking sandbags as you are as setting up a bladder site. You got to be equally as ready to go to Prince George as you are to go to the Yukon, to California, to Alberta, to Australia, all places that we've traveled and went to fight fire in the world so far. So the recruitment, starts with us and then helping us gather that information and put these candidates forward. The community itself is gotta their input is enormous, and creating the avenues for the career programs. I know this past COVID crisis and everything really shut down a lot of the career fairs and everything that we've done in the past, and that we should look forward to taking full advantage of in the future here. I know everybody in the room right now has a niece or a nephew out there who would be terrific candidates. Do they want to go out there and do it? So it's that getting forward and all the different avenues and abilities that this creates for our people. And as you know, a firekeeper for my community and my nation is been a benefit to me. It's helped me grow, and that's where I really get excited to see that new generation come forward. I that really opens me up as a information so for when I do have that opportunity to give that information, I make sure that it goes as freely as it possibly can, because things are always changing in our work environment, and to have that next generation of determined firefighters come through is always a blessing to see, and to grow up with a definitely strong and resilient generation of firefighters from what I guess would be my grad class of 2000. Those guys are all very strong firefighters and people who have done a lot of great things and are going in great directions with everything that they're doing. So be involved with your youth, be involved with your people that are working on these projects. Let them have that opportunity, and let them know that we're always looking for workers. It's definitely one of the most exciting jobs. It's rewarding, and the involvement to be on your own community is always a special time. So for everybody out there who's partaking in the conversation right now, is that all the best to everybody out there, and put your names forward and try out. I think that's the biggest thing.
Norman. It's Norman.
What you're talking about, it really.
Is there any other questions? Feel free.
When we're talking about First Nations as fire control personnel, one of the things I was really looking at is as our own source revenue crews from our bands. And they may not be all band members. They could be, but like anyone that has failed or has not been recruited into BC Forest Protection unit crews and initial attacks and smoke jumpers and rap attack. You know, they have the same training, and if they could keep fit and somehow us as First Nations would be able to find a way to employ them and have the equipment to be able to contract out. You take a look at how many fires start with industry. You know, to be able to say, hey, CPR, we have a crew here that can be moved in, and we have our own water trucks, and we have our own chainsaw operators, and all this training is equivalent to what BC Ministry of Forest has. How far do you think that's going to be before something like that starts to happen?
In my opinion, it should be happening right now. Last year, we talked about working down in that community. The Lytton First Nation. I don't know if it's exactly Lytton First Nation, but I'm pretty sure that's where everybody came from. With that hot crew, they were ex-unit crew, rather unit crew members, and Fire Devil members, and those are all unit crew guys. And then they had a couple of their guys were people who were working on their prescribed burning, their Fire Smart community, field management projects and stuff like that. Their crew personnel were top notch. They had a pickup, that's all they had, and they had hand tools, and that alone, I intertwined that with my unit crew that was down there in that drainage, and they performed at a very high level of involvement and participation in the frontline firefighting activity that was going on. I briefly knew a couple of the personnel that were there, but with that that brief knowledge, I utilized that as a tool of my tool belt during our response out there. And that crew, once they felt that they were a part of the whole crew, and I made sure that they're in every briefing. You got to have that inclusion, and I made sure that was a big portion of what was going on out there. I was aware of where I was and who I was dealing with. That, in my opinion, that was, if you think about Outriders or long time ago, that's who they were for Lytton. That's who they were for that band or that tribe. They were the Outriders, the ones that went in and gathered the information and helped out where they could. So that's how I, kind of envision things with some of the stuff that I'm looking at. And, we got to have that everywhere. Every First Nation should have those resources. Pick up 5 people, chainsaw, and just that willingness and ability to be out in the landscape. I think that was it's enormous, and everybody should be pushing as hard as they can to make sure that their crew is available. I think that it's a tremendous stepping stone for people who are coming from First Nations communities to start employment, start training, start gathering experience, because a lot of that experience is also shopped out to contractors. For a lot of the contract crews, they're just numbers. For some of the other contract crews, you get a tremendous product that comes out of that contract crew. So I have no opinion on all the contractors that are out there in the wildfire. There's but some are different than others, and their directives are different than others, and when you have people come in that are have fire experience and or community experience in cultural burning and knowledge and knowing, how to put the wet stuff on the hot stuff and how to dig up a hot spot. That stuff is tremendous. And if we could start utilizing that to create the stronger First Nations initial attack initiatives that are being shot forward, you're going to get community members, who were on crews in the 90s and beginning in 2000s and 2010s and 2020s. And you're going to have some employment for them. They might not have to perform the type 1 fitness test anymore, but if they can finish the type 2 fitness test all the same, that knowledge is retained and passed forward and carried forward for the next generation to utilize. So to create these crews and to have these crews come and work with the communities, it's always a huge benefit to the community. And that's when we start looking deeper into the future. If you had that going for 10 years, 10 fire seasons, you're going to have some busy years, you're going to have some quiet years, you're going to have some years of turnover, and you're going to have years where, things are booming so hard that it pays for itself. So, as an avenue, I think it would be tremendous to have that capability. I know in the past that we've had warden crews that were, I guess, it's not First Nations driven. A warden crew is obviously a type of crew that they put together as and when for a fire flap that happens. And during that summer, that crew gets out and they do the mop up, they do the rolling of hoses and patrolling, the final patrols. That's all still firefighting. Until you get that bit of experience and then you want to try going to the next level, that's where people will have that opportunity for going to the front lines and being on the unit crews, being on initial attack, gaining that experience, and then trying out fire attack, trying out rapid attack. Those are definitely huge opportunities for any firefighter to try out and to go and be a part of. Those programs all have open arms and open minds to all the candidates that they get. And I would love to know who would be going there. If they needed information, they need any kind of tools or resources. I've been in business quite a long time, and I'll do whatever I can for all the people that I can.
Okay, Ambler, thank you. It's Jeff. We're going to catch up to you. Maybe on the road when you come back through Kamloops, okay? Can you hear me?
For sure.
Okay.
Always good. Help out.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna have a little bit of a break. I see Dylan has made it on. Oh yeah, okay. Awesome. So Dylan has made it on from Yakima. So Dylan, can you unmute for a sec and let me know if we take a 10-minute break? You're good. Oh, I still have everyone. Okay, good. Oh, is that you, Taylor? Oh, okay.
Hello.
Hi. Do you have a presentation?
No, I'm just trying to move my stuff around here.
Okay. Going back to ours. Yeah, Harry, we'd like a little bit of a break. I think everybody needs a snack or a drink dealing, and I need to figure out what I'm doing on the computer. So can we give it about 10 minutes?
Okay.
Okay. Talk to you in about 10.
Great.
Thank you so much for that beautiful gift.
Those are morels. And those come in after the fire.
Oh.
And they go really good with red meat, so steak. Put them in butter. You can, you kind of stick them in yourself. And delicious in butter, pepper, corn, and their steak, eating it. Oh yeah, they're really nice. And the morels this year have mutton, sprouts, and chicken morels everywhere. We took our grandson out thinking we need 2 for the first time, cooking them. And the steeper the slope, the harder it is. The thing is that we were not lazy down those ones.
Right.
And then it's slippery mud, right? So you're just sliding down to the gravel. So it turned out a good time.
It's a big challenge.
Nice.
Oh, what a nice skill.
Yeah.
We had 6 viewers at one point. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. I guess you can choose which
You want to go through it?
Too bad. I wanted to see you like pop up.
Jennifer, you guys got me on mute. I can't hear nobody over there. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but everybody's not in yet.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. Just if you can see, I'll zoom in the camera for you so you can see what we can do.
Okay, I can see the mask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is our. It's Canada. How do you say Sasquatch in your language?
In Chihuahua.
Can you say that again?
In Chihuahua, well, you know, this is how you say Bigfoot. Yeah, in Chihuahua. But I think we have 14 bands of Yakimas, and they all have our own version of sometimes they might just call him the elder, you know. Yeah, because, you know, there's multiple stories of when you have an encounter, some good, some bad.
One of the things we'd like to do, we're going to share a few stories after your presentation, and then we have Alicia and Dennis, and then I think some storytelling is needed.
Oh, right.
Oh, hey. Can you turn your video on, Gila?
I was trying to hear, I didn't want to lose myself earlier.
Hi. Nice to see you again.
To see you. No, yeah, I had to shave it off. We had to feast a while back. So we can't be looking like slouches when we're having feast. So I had to shave it all off.
So I'm really pleased. We have a guest speaker, Dylan Olney from the Yakima Nation. So Dylan is a firekeeper for his community, and his full-time job is huckleberry management. And he came up in 2018. First time up to Canada. He didn't bring a rifle. That was what the guys were all teasing him. So without further ado, I'll let you update us on what's happening, Dylan.
Next of all, International Shawway, who Shapo Tipaki, Dylan Reoni, Washnash, who Yakmu, Tichampa, who Wumcha, who Tank Kamima, who Wapto Tottenham, who Kanaiwat, who Wiwanu, who Outney, and me, King Mami, and me Naimama, who Chi Shach, who Kutkut Shach, who Iao, and Chi Tatnuk, who Inni Mianti, Inni Katla, Shmakataya, Atway, who Monroe Bronco, who Atway, Inni Pusha, Richard Alney, who me Allah, who Oshach Atway, who me Allah, who Brewer, who me Itla, who Yanum, Arlene Bronco Alney, who me Tuta, who Atway, who Raymond Alney. Good afternoon, my relatives. My name is Dylan Alney. My name I was given by my grandmother, Shawway, and that was her father. He took care of our treaty chiefs when they passed away. And she named me after him. And then I introduced my grandparents, Mary Shawway. She passed on. And then my mother's dad was Monroe Bronco of Fort Hall, Idaho. And then on my father's side, Richard Alney, he passed on. And then he was also with my grandmother, Florence Brewer. And then my father, who passed on in 2020, his name is Question. Raymond Alney. And my mother, she's still alive, is Arlene Alney. Her Indian name is Yanump, but I've been working for the Yakima Nation for 30-some years. And most recently, within the last 5-6 years, I was hired by Forest Development, and I moved over from silviculture, forestry, which has to do with forest health. And I was going to school at the Salish College in Pablo, Montana. And I just graduated this last June. But for the last 5 years, I was hired by Forest Development to look at our huckleberries. And this comes from the food gatherers at all the longhouses. In our way of life here, we all gather at the longhouse, the Tottenham, which means long, and Init means house. So We just call it the Cottonham, the longhouse. And you know, huckleberries is one of our sacred foods. There is a whole line of foods that we gather, we hunt, we fish, and then we go out and we dig all these roots. And we go out, and there's all these roots come one after another. And they call them accounted food. They're all sacred to us. And they all have their own story. They all have their own teaching. These foods do. And some of the foods that we still gather, say for instance, like the lamprey, assume is what we call the lamprey. And it's not a sacred food, it's more of a delicacy for some of the men. And of course we catch those, you know, we fish for them when they're running, and, you know, and you see them climbing up on the rocks in the falls. So anyhow, the huckleberry is the last sacred food for us. And all these foods kind of come in a line, starting like right now, we're at the end of our huckleberry season. And so now this is when all the burning starts. And one thing they've been able to do when we're working in our areas inside the reservation, it's a closed area. And only our people that are enrolled Yakima, and there's 14 bands of Yakima. If you're enrolled in one of those, then you're allowed to come in and hunt and fish, gather medicines, gather foods, go wood cutting, camp out, go hunting, and pick mushrooms. And so there's an area, a usual and a custom area we call Potato Hill. It's right there next to the Cascade Crush Trail, because the Crush Trail goes right along our boundary of the reservation. And most recently, we celebrated 50 years since our president, Richard Nixon, gave us our mountain back, our sacred mountain, Mount Adams. And the man had come from Alaska. He came over because he was part of that agreement. And so I was trying to give him some huckleberries because he was a special man to us. And you know, the price of the huckleberries went up this year, and people are asking me, how come the price of huckleberries go up? And I'm like, well, I don't know. Probably because the price of gas went up as well. But, you know, our huckleberry, we call Weewanu, is a holy thing to us, and it has its own story. And I'm not sure if I'm allowed to talk about that. We only talk about that in a ceremonial setting. But yes, huckleberry, you know, you can find huckleberry, to briefly summarize how you find huckleberries, is they gotta have acidic soils. If you understand the pH scale from 0 to 14, that human beings and water is right at a 7 on the scale. It's supposed to be neutral. And then the soils for huckleberry growth is going to be about 4.5, probably to 6.5 acidity. There's two sides. There's the acidic side, and then there's the other side that is non-acidic. And so you see people at the fair, they want to test to see what your pH scale is in your body to see if you're acidic or if you're not. But the acidity in the soil is from volcanic ash. And you know, the last time we had volcanic ash fall was May 18th, 1980. I was just a young buck then. And then the Mount St. Helens blew up. And that's just on the other side of our Mount Adams. And it spread all that ash clear across the world multiple times. And this is how we get the soil to be acidic. And then we noticed that it's a beautiful area to grow trees. Because many years ago, probably over 100 years ago, there was a fire that started from lightning strike. and it burnt the whole mountain area. It burnt a lot of acres. Came over onto our usual and accustomed area, the Potato Hill, and burned up all these trees because there's no way to fight fire like that 100 years ago. There was a learning curve they had to go through the last 100 years. And even then, they could still never predict how fire is going to react. We all know that. We heard the man speaking earlier about if you're a type 1 or type 2 qualified firefighter. And I too was a young man who fought fire, and I too had to run from a couple fires. And I too was smart enough to get out of that type of line of work. I'm more of a support guy now. I'd rather be holding a road closure sign than up there digging line now. But huckleberries and fire, they kind of go hand in hand. Because huckleberries as a shrub will regrow first after a fire comes through. So 100 years ago, this fire burnt up the forest, and then all these huckleberries regrew in a hurry. And then what made it so beautiful was there was a certain amount of decades that went by when the people started to go back and they noticed they had all these great big beautiful huckleberry bushes that were out there growing underneath all these dead snags that were burnt. And for two reasons we see how these snags helped us, helped our huckleberries. The first reason is that these trees were allowing us a thermal pocket in the wintertime, in the spring thaw. And you'll notice that when the snow begins to disappear, that it'll expose our huckleberry bushes. And then when the huckleberry bushes are exposed, like this cold, freezing temperature will come down, and then these dead snags were standing up in the air. They prevented that cold weather to come down on top of our huckleberries to refreeze the buds. So it created a thermal pocket. That's the first reason. The second reason why these things were helping, because in the spring, summertime, it allowed that shade to take place for that mountain dew, that moisture to stay longer on our plants. And all these plants are without competition from trees then. So you had all these dead snags that were helping our huckleberries in at least two different ways. And then all these ladies used to go out there, and some of these ladies were young girls that they could tell you about how big the huckleberries were when they were little girls picking. And now, these same ladies who are elders now in the longhouse and food gatherers are telling our younger current food gatherers that you should go tell the tribal council about our huckleberry situation. So tribal council ended up looking in forestry, and they figured that forest development is supposed to be responsible for huckleberries, and this is where they had to come looking for someone who might know how to take care of huckleberries. And apparently I must have qualified at that time. So then they hired me to come over. And of course, all the work that we done out there, it wasn't my work, but it was because I was out there talking to the elders about it. And that was at the top of everybody's list was fire, fire, fire. They all wanted us to burn the fields again for multiple reasons. And of course, they had to explain these things in our language. So I had to really try to pay attention to what they were saying in our language, because they don't all speak the same dialect. So some of them are saying, "Ilkush to Ilkamash." We need to start a fire out there, and then our huckleberries will come back. And now we understand with science, that as a shrub, that it's true. These huckleberries are probably the first things to come back. Because even their roots and or their rhizomes are able to redevelop under the ground when they have potentially growing space for them be able to come out of the ground and sprout as a new plant. And even the plant itself is able, if you went out there and you picked on your 10th gallon of huckleberries today and you happen to step on a branch, and let's say that branch got stuck in the ground, well, maybe next year this branch that was stuck in the ground, it will start to develop its own roots. And then this branch you stepped on will become another plant. That is how beautiful this plant is, huckleberries. And of course, it's up there with all these subalpine trees that they have a shorter growing season. And you could tell it's a beautiful area to grow trees because there's all these trees, they're all clumped together. And now they're starting to shade out some of our huckleberry bushes. So this is what we're trying to do, is we're trying to spread out these huckleberry bushes from the competition of trees. So we have a crew that go out there and they cut trees down and they pile it. And then in the fall time, winter time, we have the fire control come out and they burn our piles. But this year we noticed that the cultural resource specialist went out there and he wanted to include burning out some of the root fields. And he wanted to include our huckleberries. So this will be the first time this year that we're going to be able to look for an area that we can burn and use fire to treat our forest where the huckleberries are growing. And so with that, we noticed the only competition, and it don't matter what type of habitat we think we're going to create, because we're in an experimental process of cutting 20 feet by 20 feet spacings, and then we narrow it down to 8 by 8 foot spacings between trees to allow a plant available water for our huckleberry bushes. And then of course we were trying to emulate what a fire would do. So we would come in there and we would prune. We were using these hand pruners and pruning 30% of the plant. And where does that come from? It comes from, I was studying the blueberry farmers, and this is what they were doing, and they're explaining themselves. Because blueberry is also a sister to huckleberries. They are sisters. Because huckleberry is called leonine, and then the blueberry is called Tillamook. And they're sisters. And of course, there's a whole bunch of sisters that are together. So we went out and we were pruning all these areas, short, small areas, about an acre. And we noticed the following year that all of our plants had grown a bigger huckleberry. So then we started to do that after all these areas was being taken care of. And we have about 2,000 acres of primitive area that we need to treat out there at Potato Hill in our usual and the custom area. And so far we did like 167 acres of treatment. And that doesn't seem like much, but when people are out there picking these huckleberries, I see they start to smile because they get tired of driving around looking for them. Now the biggest thing for us now, I noticed this last couple of years, is that bears are starting to eat all of our huckleberries. So we're getting the bear of approval now because they're out there eating all of our huckleberries that we treated. So I know we got more work to do. And that's about all I have to say, I think, at this point. So I'll take some questions if you guys got any questions for me.
Those who have questions, come on up. I'm gonna get those who have questions to come up here so you can, Dealing can see you and you can see. It's huckleberries, ladies.
First question. Are you related to the Whack-Whacks?
Oh, yeah.
We're family.
Oh, all right.
I and Joe Gilchrist, we have family down
Oh, all right. I know you're my relative.
there. Yeah, up here we're just starting to think about select logging and using select logging to work with cultural burners. So the cultural burners will be able to say, well, you take out so many stems per hectare, and this year's the kind of plants that are going to grow back. You come back another 7 years from now, and then you can take this many stems per hectare out, and this year kind of plants can come out. And maybe 4 or 5 times of select logging. Our goal would be to bring in fire in a healthy way.
Yeah, that's exactly true. Yeah, that's exactly true. There's some areas because, you know, we're in a primitive area. We don't do any type of logging. We can only do it by hand, you see, because it's a primitive area. Whereas if we're inside a logging unit, like you were saying, that you can do some select cutting for desired species. And you know, what's desired species? Well, whatever's the highest that you can take to market and sell, right? Whereas if you're treating from a silvicultural side, healthy forest side, then you could probably say, well, we're trying to cut a bunch of these trees out because we also have trees underneath that we need to be what they call a shelterwood species, right? They'll only grow when they're babies underneath the shelterwood where they get enough shade and they get enough moisture, and then after a while you can cut around them. And then also you can treat for huckleberries and you can burn. So yes, I would recommend the thing about huckleberries is they like what they call a seral species. That means it's not what you call a climax species, like you want all Douglas firs in your forest and then you're going to get great huckleberries. No, it's always, your huckleberries are always in the middle of going from one type of environment to another type of environment. And in between that, the huckleberries will have the best growing season. So whether you're going to burn, or whether you're going to log, or whether you're going to thin, if you're going to do any type of treatment or you're going to burn, you know, you got 5 different options to be able to enhance your huckleberry habitat. But at the same time, it don't matter what habitat you create, your weather is still going to determine whether you're going to get a huckleberry crop that year or not.
Change.
Hi there, I'm Mary Angus, and I have a couple of questions. I'm sorry that I was late. I had another appointment. But I want to know if where you are harvesting your huckleberries, do you have territorial stewardship?
Territorial stewardship, yes. I'm only allowed to look at huckleberries inside the reservation, which is about 1.2 million acres, and about half of that is rangeland. And then some of that area, I couldn't tell you how many acres it was, but they only wanted me to look in one area, and that was at Potato Hill, which is right along the Cascade Crest Trail on the east side of it, where the reservation is. Also, we're also doing work in the Gifford Pinchot Forest, which is located in between Mount Adams and Mount St. Helens. There's the Gifford Pinchot National Forest that is also a usual and a custom place over there around Trump Lake Ranger Station. There was an actual handshake agreement by the Yakima tribe and in the Gifford Pinchot Rangers way back in them days, probably back in 1950 something. There was a handshake agreement saying that only Yakima natives are able to pick berries on this side of the road and nobody off and harvest our sacred foods.
Okay, that's good news.
Yeah.
In our territory, we have too many people who are encroaching, like loggers. We have recreational. We went out to harvest huckleberries, and there are so many roads now. The ATVers, the loggers have already put ditches across the road, so we cannot access our picking grounds. And so I just wondered about the stewardship part, and I'm hoping that in Lagapan territory that we start considering that. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, good luck to you on that.
Hi, so my name is Patashi Pims, and I actually have ties to Yakima. So my father's side, and my mom recognized your last name. I got very excited because we're not too close to that side of the family. But yeah, my ala was Dolores Pims. I don't know what area of Yakima you're from, but I was really excited to hear those ties. But you were talking about how the berries can really depend on the climate and the weather. And you talked about the snow, but I wonder, how have you seen the recent heat waves? How have you seen that impact the berries and stuff as well?
Okay. I think, you know, what whether you call it global warming and climate change, not to get in a fist fight with anybody who's taking a stand on that, my direct answer would be, if you think there's not global warming, let's go ask the nearest iceberg what he thinks. And of course, it's melting, right? But anyhow, I think in a positive light that we're looking at our floodwaters that are happening a month or a month and a half earlier than they're usually are, right? And so that means with our floodwaters, that means snow is melting in the heat. You're going to see the environmental changes up high quicker than anybody else, because then we'll notice that your snow pack is starting to decrease right away. And then in a positive light, we're thinking where you get an extra 2 weeks of plant growing season earlier in the spring, and you're also going to get another extra 2 weeks of plant growing season later on in the summer, fall time. So I think that it might be great for us if we're able to go out there and prune our plants earlier in the spring to allow our huckleberries to grow bigger and our plants to fill in growing space. Because plants are going to do that anyways. They're going to fill in growing space. If you get enough sunlight out there, and plants like huckleberries, they're used to reflections of light, should I say, because the LAI, which is the leaf area index on a huckleberry shrub, is small, but you have 100 little leaves that are put together to make up a huckleberry plant, and their only use of being using reflections of light. So you see light coming down through the canopy, and you're getting maybe 2 or 3 minutes of light here, and then the sun will move, and then you'll get another 2 or 3 minutes of light here. You see, our plants are used to that. Not like a tropical plant. I mean, if you know what a tropical plant looks like, this leaf is about this big, right? It's got a great big leaf looking straight up into the sky, and he'll receive sun the whole day. The huckleberry plants aren't like that. They have little leaves, and they're only used to reflections of light, and they can put full use of that. So I think at some point, you know, because, you know, when we try to go out and we prune these huckleberry plants, that there's 3 things that we're looking for to get rid of. One of them is they're looking for the great big old crusty looking branch, or what you call the cane. And if this is a cane that is old and crusty looking, and I think you would think after my first introduction to these huckleberries, I said, you want to keep those ones? They said, no, you're only going to get bigger huckleberries from the new shoots. And these shoots happen to have a real red, beautiful color to them on their branches when they grow. And basically what they're saying is, if these new canes don't have color to them, then that's the ones you want to get rid of. So we're thinking, out of three things, the first one is the old gray looking canes that are growing that have pieces of moss on them. You get rid of those ones. The second one is you're looking for the canes that are dragging on the ground, because they're dragging on the ground looking for sunlight. Okay, you want to get rid of those ones. And then the last one being that you want to get rid of the one that's a crooked one that grows all the way up to the middle and can't make up its mind what it's trying to do. So you want to prune those ones out, because they're all trying to compete for sunlight. And then that'll increase your chances of growing space and water for the plant itself. And as far as what you're saying about the weather, I'm only looking at the positive light, that we're trying to think that we're getting a longer growing period in the year for our plants to develop. So that means, in my own mind, that we should downsize these plants a little bit in order to get a bigger huckleberry out of it, okay? So that's kind of what I'm looking at it when we're talking about the weather and the heat coming in. And so I think that the way we prune our plants is going to help the plant, and then the way we thin our trees, that we're shorting the tape between them, like 8-foot spacing is enough to keep a lot of shade left over during the day, and then hopefully in the springtime it will still create a thermal pocket when the snow disappears. So we're trying to create an environment, hopefully that'll be helping our huckleberries. So we're downsizing the size of the huckleberry by pruning it, and we're trying to create an environment where it allows a little more shade, to allow more of that shade to help the plant out during the growing season. Does that help? Does that help your answer?
Yes. Good job.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dylan. Looks jam.
All right. Well, I'm glad I didn't get to see the audience yet, but I'm glad that people are able to listen. I'm glad that the people here, the Fire Society, is still including, the fire in their plans to help their foods, to help their plants, to help the forest. And, fire is also an Indian thing, because fuel push is what we call fire. So just like, when we had the ladies talking about, how do you know when you're supposed to start burning? Well, like right now, the last people to leave camp was the people that would start a fire, and they would just let it burn until the rain showed up. And these were, these fires, I think, used to be probably low frequency. They would just kind of creep along the campgrounds and burn out, whatever they needed to. By the time the rain fell, they'd come back and the huckleberries would be bigger on their own. So this is something the dominant society done to our people 100 years ago. They didn't want them burning, like the old ladies used to be out there after they picked their 40 gallons of huckleberries the last 2 days, that they would go out and they would dry them with the burning log, right? They would dry all these huckleberries, and then the dominant society says, well, we don't want you guys doing that anymore, that's too reckless. But they didn't understand it. We had an understanding what our fires were doing to help the land. And like what you guys are doing over there, the Fire Society people. So I'm glad to be able to try to share understanding and try to learn more. And then even now, the dominant society is still trying to understand that fire is a tool they can use. And we knew this for the last 11,000 years. And they're thinking that we were wrong, but it's actually the other way around. We weren't incorrect by using fire, only took them 100 years to realize it. So I'm glad for all the people that are out there still using fire and are beginning to use fire to help dictate what our plants and our foods and our medicines, you know, we're trying to help them because they help us. We have the ability to be able to argue and speak for those things that can't argue for themselves. And that's the reason why our elders that are here telling us these things, that we're still trying to practice that today. And so I thank you also for allowing me to share a little bit what we're doing here in Yakima and with my relatives over there, Whack and Kim.
I'm just so glad to see you. So, we'll keep in touch.
All right.
Okay, all right. So, I have Alicia and Dennis. So you can, I will do a quick introduction. Or you guys come up and introduce. Yeah, you guys talk. Oh, good. Oh, Larry wants to go. Oh, everybody's waiting. Okay. I will get the present. Okay, can everybody see that? Can you see that? Can someone give me a thumbs up?
You can see it.
Great, thank you. I don't really use a microphone very often, so I might be using it a lot. Thank you for having us here today. I am Alicia Fennings, and I'm here with Dennis McDonald, and we would like to talk to you about the Fuel Management Technical Working Committee, which is a committee that's been going on the last couple of years. Before we do that, I just wanted to take a moment to introduce ourselves and tell you about ourselves, where we came from, and anything else we would like to share.
Mike Seal and Chase to Squeeze, Dennis McDonald, counselor of Upper Nickel Band, as well as a registered forest technician. I've been involved in forestry for 27 years. I also work for Stewick Resources, which is a joint venture between the 08 Nicola and 8 Nicola bands in the area. And yeah, so I've been a part of this Fuel Management Technical Committee for the last 2-3 years, and I'm happy to be here. Why?
And as I said, I'm Alicia Fennings. I'm originally from the Lower Mainland, the unceded territory of the Stolo and Musqueam. I moved to New Brunswick, where I went to school for forestry, and then moved back to the southern interior, where I've lived in Merritt the last 7 years, the lands of the Untitled and Silk Nations. And I have been working for the Cascades District for that last 7 years, and I'm really excited to tell you about this project, which truthfully is one of my favorite projects that I do with the Ministry of Forests. So a little bit of an agenda so you know what's to come. We'll just give you a brief overview of the Wildfire Risk Reduction Program. That is what funds this committee. And so there are some criteria attached to that, and I'll just go over that. We'll be going over the creation of the committee itself, how it came about, and then our tactical planning, some of our current projects, as well as our future projects, some of the challenges that we have encountered in moving forward with this committee, and as well as what moving forward looks like. And then hopefully we'll have some time at the end for questions as well. So the Wildfire Risk Reduction Program was put in place in 2019. It was a acknowledgement from BC Wildfire that more fuel management or prescribed burning needed to happen on the land. And so they put forth $25 million per year, and they committed that for 3 years. Currently, we are in the 3rd year. And so this committee started in early 2020 and utilized this funding. And we are in the 3rd year, as I said, and I guess I should probably also mention that even though we're in the 3rd year, BC Wildfire has announced that this is now core funding, which means that we can continue to ask for this funding and utilize this funding to do fuel management and prescribed burning works on the land and to continue meeting as a committee, which is really, really exciting. Initially, the money, the funding was to really focus on 3 parts of fuel management. So fuel management planning and treatment with a focus on areas around communities, reintroducing prescribed fire onto the landscape, and developing a more comprehensive prescribed fire program and process. And the last one was to identify critical infrastructure and to try to make those a little bit more fuel resilient. That would be an example of communication towers for 911 calls and such, and making sure that we don't lose those. So this is a quick snapshot of the Nicola Valley and the focus of the committee at this time. And this photo is to illustrate the wildland urban interface area, or I might refer to it as the WUI. And it is 2.75 kilometers from 25 structures or more. And you will see, I'm just gonna walk, so hopefully the camera can follow me. You will see that we have tons of land that we can work with. But anything that is this pink or any of this gray is not considered, is not Crown land. The pink is IR and the gray is private. So this funding is very constrained to Crown land. But even though that's the case, we do have areas that we can work and do this work. The WUI is further split into risk class, so risk class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I think it comes to no surprise that this area is risk class 1, which is the absolute most hazardous area. So the creation of the committee itself. So this really started with the Salish Firekeepers identifying a need for tactical fuel management and burning and reintroducing that into the land. Harry Spahan and Jennifer Morrison met with the Cascades District, which is who I work with, and said, this is something that we need. We need to do it in the Nicola Valley, we need to do it in a consensus-based model, and we need to do it now. The risk is high. And so when this funding came through in 2019, we immediately met with the 5 Nicola Valley First Nation chief and councils, and we did that in February and March, and that was a combined effort of the Salish Firekeepers in the district. Once we had funding, we began those meetings in March 2020, and we've been meeting pretty regularly since every 2 to 3 weeks, sometimes once a month, depending on if there are holidays or if it's time to fish, depending on just the needs of the committee too and where we're at. We further defined priorities, community priorities, and talked about where we wanted to go with this committee as well.
So the Fuel Management Technical Working Committee members from the Nicola communities, the representatives are myself from Upper Nicola Band, John Washington from New Edge, Charlene Joe from Lower Nicola Indian Band, and Mike Smithers from Coldwater Indian Band. Salish Firekeepers Society representatives are Harry Spahan, Joe Gilchrist, and Jennifer Morrison. The SDC Tribal Council technical reps are Morgan Jumbo and Lucille Shackley, and Ministry of Forests are Jonas Joe from BC Wildfire Service, Alicia Fennings, whom you've met from Cascades District, and First Nations Service Society is Kathy McKenzie, and the City of Merritt, Dave Tompkinson. So in the initial kickoff, we had to develop terms of reference which identified our mandate, and that was to collaboratively plan wildfire risk reduction works within the Merritt TSA between First Nations governments, BC provincial government, and local governments. The general objective, the Fuel Management Technical Working Committee, was to aim to jointly identify priority areas for fuel management and to prescribe burning areas within the Merritt TSA timber supply area for the purpose of wildfire risk reduction. The goals for completion for the first year, the goal of the roundtable will be to identify and prioritize areas within the Nicola Valley that pose high fire risk, and endorsed by Chief and Council and communities by March 31st, 2021, and we had in the first year achieved all of these goals.
Dennis, so the first year that we met as a committee, we really just wanted to build up the committee, and we accomplished that, as Dennis said, which was amazing. And then in year 2 and 3, we started to tailor the committee depending on the needs. We added finesse to First Nation Emergency Services Society, Kathy McKenzie, and we started to really talk broadly about things like capacity building within communities, within local First Nation companies. We started to talk about the integration of traditional ecological knowledge, and talking about also bringing in elders and youth. Our goals for completion went from just picking areas to developing prescriptions for them, treating these polygons, and working towards burning them. So as you'll see, our mandate, our general objective, and our goals just kept growing and developing, which was really great. So going back to the first year, and we formed this committee, and we wanted to move forward together. And so the first thing we did was a bit of tactical planning, which was the goals of the initial year. This is just a snippet of an example of we did matrix ranking. This is the Kootley Plateau. We took the criteria from the wildfire risk reduction funding, such as what is the risk class, what is is it reducing fire intensity, and we integrated some of the priorities of our committee, which was, does it overlap a Tom Lacey fuel break? For those of you that know those are, we call them Tom Lacey worms that are across the landscape that were identified as fuel breaks. Is there traditional ecological information that we can integrate in? Does it overlap a CA, and are there CSA, sorry, or are there wildlife considerations that we should be thinking about? So we really tailored this matrix to the committee and the values that we had as a committee. We also didn't want to start from nothing if there was information out there, so we tapped into community wildfire protection plans. So this map is a snippet from the City of Merritt CWPP, and so we looked at their CWPP as well as Lower Nicola's and tried to identify polygons that we could move forward on. We also talked to the community and made sure that we had community newsletters and making sure that they knew that we were moving forward on this committee. And we started to talk about capacity building really right off the bat, even though it wasn't part of our mandate. And then broadly, just talking about future planning. I'm just going to talk about the cycle of wildfire risk reduction, because you can't do everything in 1 year, especially when you're asking for funding, which you can only ask for once a year. Am I okay to walk in front of it? Yeah. So you start with tactical planning, which is what we were doing. We were identifying areas on the land base. And then we made sure to do these PFRs, preliminary field reconnaissance, which identify the ARC components, if it's in a sensitive area. And the findings from the PFR get integrated into the prescription, and the prescription informs the treatment. Some of those treatments that we've been doing are like pruning, thinning, spacing out, doing patch cuts. That's pretty well it. And then we do monitor and maintain. So we just see the impact of the treatment. If you want to add fire into the land, in this process, after treatment, you jump down to burn plan development. This burn plan development just characterizes what the burn looks like, where it goes, who's involved. You do the burn and monitor and maintain. Even though this seems really simple to go from here to here, including a burn, this committee it's been a challenge that we'll talk about later, but it's looking like 3 to 4 years. And that's one of the issues that this committee is also trying to tackle, because that's a really long time, especially when you have what we had in 2021, the wildfires. So I just want to talk a little about our current projects. This map is very, very busy, considering the red to just be areas of interest that we've circled on a map and said it as a committee. These are really high hazard areas. So presently we are doing prescription development. Stu Week is doing that, and Dennis will talk about that more. At our rodeo ground areas in here, and Glimpse, which is off map, and in between New IH is IR10. Trying to get my bearings right in here. And we're also treating some areas. We're treating the Chalouse, Lonely Creek area, and building off a treatment that Laura Nicola did here. We're also treating the Coulee Plateau. We are looking to move into developing burn plans for the rodeo grounds and Coulee Plateau. And then we're doing some planning near Coldwater, which is the pink polygons, and then Monk Park joint with BC Parks, which is off map. And then as we were exploring these areas, we noticed that the road network in here had a lot of fuels, and so that's something we're also looking at, as well as Cahoon Creek Road up near Shacken. These, I just want to mention, are our current projects, but to get here in the treatment phase means that last year as a committee, these were up there and prescriptions were developed, and the year before, that's their planning. So you can see the cycle, and every year it moves to a new phase, and we're moving forward.
So this is an example of what the treatments are trying to address. You can see the before picture with the ladder fuels, the fuel loading, the density, stems, And then you look at the after where it's been treated, and you can see there's less fuel loading. The piles in the back are still to be dealt with this winter's burn or fall burn. The ladder fuels have been pruned, and it has been thinned out. Where a removal of layer 2 trees was taken out, but it's quite a contrast between the two before and after. So in one of the initial areas for treatment was identified, was called Glimpse Lake, which is up near Douglas Lake in Upper Nicholas traditional territory. We actually have reserve on the south side of Glimpse Lake, where we have a camp that's extremely important to us, where we hold youth camps, language camps, hunting camps. So basically, this fell within a WUI, and you can see by the color coding that classes 8, 9, and 10, which made it a high priority for treatment. So the in the top right corner, you'll see 3 blocks in the blue polygons. These were identified as forest license to cut areas that we wanted to push into a fuel management type treatment. In a total 31.1 hectares, and Stewie Resources was employed to do the harvesting and the fiber management for Upper Nicola Band. Upper Nicola Band had the license under our Forest Tenure Opportunity Agreement to do the cutting, and so we had to find a balance between removal of trees for not only revenue but for fuel management. And again, you can see the contrast between before and after, the fuel loading, the densities, and so the after picture is still identified. There's still things that need to be carried out. There still needed to be a fuel loading survey completed, and there will be some more groundworks to gather up the needles and branches that were left after harvesting, along with pruning and maybe some thinning of the denser, smaller stems. The focus also was, as much as we tried to manage for fuel and the resource in the timber-centric type focus, we were also trying to put water first, so riparian protection. Water was first here, and so there's large buffers on any streams that were active. There is a stream running north-south down into Glimpse Lake. In one of the blocks here, you see adjacent to the lake, and the water was the priority there. Some of the challenges, there was definitely a lot of different challenges, and we're still not completed, but we harvested this last winter, and still are working on developing a burning plan to address the rest of the treatments, and it takes a lot of time. And the other one was actually, even though we had the fire season like we had last year, we still had resistance with Glimpse Lake community folks on the north side of the lake with doing harvesting activities adjacent to their private properties. So this slide on the where I'm standing with Joe and having a talk to Joe, but we were looking at a BC timber sales harvested area, and that is typical of forestry. That is a typical treatment, the typical type of retention that is being conducted out there today. You can see the fuel loading. You can see there's not really much focus on retention of the younger trees. It's very open, very dry, and heavy slash loading. When you look to the right, you see the same picture of the glimpse, far less timber load or fuel loading, way more focus on retention for wildlife, for shade, for potential better natural regeneration, and even some of the carbon sequestration type benefits of doing more retention. And the below picture is a panel where it still shows we still need to do further treatments. We still have to gather the finer fuels. We got to take care of the trees that are falling over, pile and burn, and be able to finish the treatments off.
Just going to highlight some of our future projects. So this one I mentioned was the rodeo grounds. It's just up above Windy Canyon, if you know where that is. This one we identified pretty easily because that's Merritt. It was really close to town. But we went on site only 2 weeks ago as a committee to see if it actually on the ground was a really good candidate for burning. Joe Gilchrist immediately identified that these grasses were not in a good state and they needed fire. We walked the area and you might recognize this guy up here, that's Harry. And as a group, we agreed it would be a really good site for burning for multiple reasons. One is the grasses, and this does overlap for each 10 years, so there's going to be some engagement regarding cows and timing being put out to pasture. But another reason it's really good, a really good candidate that we're looking at, is because it's close to town. Lots of the public, the city of Merritt will see this, get that good PR as a committee for sure to showcase the work that we're doing and showcase that fire on the land is not as scary as a wildfire on the land. And the other piece is that it's very well roaded, close to town. I have this picture here of bear prints, and when we were there 2 weeks ago, we actually saw a mama bear there with her cub and some deer there, and we just watched the show from a higher, safer place, and they just went across the landscape, kind of following the deer into the timberline. And it was a good reminder that we're also doing this for wildlife as well.
So some of the challenges we faced as a community and communities, obviously, is a Bc Wildfire service process. It's very onerous. It's prescriptive. It's there's definitely a lot of different challenges. I'm sure you've heard throughout the day, specifically around having the right professionals develop the actual prescriptions, having sign off from not just local government but BC Wildfire Service, and be able to do a burn plan, and then actually trying to get the burning completed. You can have all sorts of thoughts around when and why you should burn, but because of the process that you're in, and because we're dealing with Crown land, not always do we get the support, be it from either weather, fire weather, or indexing, or different, whether there's crews available to support a burn, or if there's all sorts of different, I guess what I'm trying to say, there's all sorts of different challenges in trying to implement. And then the other aspects of it are capacity, developing the capacity, trying to incorporate, and this is why we rely heavily on Joe and Harry and Jennifer and the Salish Firekeepers, is trying to really link the processes between Indigenous knowledge and Western science, and really trying to get away from just a fire is not good, put it out as soon as possible, but have that traditional ecological perspective, holistic, for traditional use purposes, for the plants, the water, as you heard earlier, the huckleberries. And so we need to try to incorporate that, and we've been doing a lot of work on trying to get that as a committee. But with that, we need to engage communities, find the firekeepers, and try to get youth involved. And with those firekeepers comes the knowledge and experience we need from a First Nations perspective. And then for community engagement, as usual, being on council, I've been on for 12 years. It's always a challenge with community engagement. You can make all sorts of different invitations to general band meetings, to post on Facebook, to send out newsletters. It's always a challenge to get that message out there of the work that's being done and the successes that are being that this committee has completed. And really, that's, I think the other one is we got to communicate those successes so everybody understands that we are doing the things we need to do out there.
So in taking what we've learned over the last couple of years and the challenges that Dennis just highlighted, we want to keep moving forward. We mentioned the terms of reference. We want to update that as a committee. It's definitely something that needs to be refreshed, and areas that we're looking to update it is to integrate more of a Indigenous perspective in the values, and not make it maybe so terms of reference like, and making it more representative of the committee members. We want to increase community involvement, as Dennis alluded to. We understand that capacity within communities. I think right now everybody is understaffed, and there's that acknowledgement of that, but the community involvement would be like elders, bringing them out into the field with us, bringing them on the committee and asking them questions about our ideas, as well as youth, finding opportunities for youth to participate in the committee or shadow some of our contractors. We also want to do some multi-year planning and continuing that wildfire risk reduction cycle, and maybe, if possible, really shorten it. This is just a snippet of our Gantt chart, and it just goes to show that I talked about those different phases, and each of those phases have another phase inside. So it's a really busy process, and just making sure that we're staying on top of it and we're planning out. And as we do that, we're being really mindful of building that capacity. We also want to burn, integrating burning into the process. Finally, it would be really nice to burn, and we're working towards that while battling some of the challenges that Dennis mentioned. And then the last one is a maintenance program. You know, we're just starting as a committee, but we've got to remember where we treated and where we burned, and making sure that we're recording that and not losing the good work that was done. So that is all we have. Are there any questions? You can ask a question, Harry.
So the property owners at Glimpse Lake, how do you overcome their concerns and their opposition to the type of work you want to do?
It was several meetings held with the community directly. In the end, because we were operating on Crown land, we went ahead with the treatment anyway, and we did tell them that we were going to do things differently, and because Stewick Resources was managing it, it wouldn't be a typical licensee type cut, but it would be more focused on water retention, wildlife values, traditional use. It would look a lot different than your typical type forestry cutting that would happen in that at that time. So in the end, we went ahead with doing the treatment. We're still not completed. I haven't heard very much feedback since the actual treatments from the Glimpse Lake community itself, but for most part, I think it's been pretty positive.
Not specific to Glimpse Lake, but we're kind of battling that at Monk Park as well, where there's a hesitancy to have fire on the land. And although we haven't quite tackled that project yet, the big discussion has been education, education. Jennifer says stick a drip torch in their hand, get them part of the process. And so just doing that, I think goes a long way as well. It was good advice.
Any other questions? Kelsey.
Thanks for your presentation. My name is Kelsey. I'm a researcher with the University of British Columbia. And a lot of the work I've done is focused in the Caribou region, so it's really exciting to kind of hear other ways of going about this in a different region. I'm just wondering if you have any reflections on the WRR funding as a model for enabling the work that you really want to be doing, or is it, I guess, yeah, just reflections on whether it's kind of fit for purpose for the kind of work that you want to be doing in such a collaborative way, given that it was developed a few years ago and things have changed and all those things. So just any reflections you might have on that.
I will say we have very creative staff at the district who have been very good at getting us money.
Thanks, Jennifer. I'm going to answer this one because I'm the money lady. So, yeah, creativity. We are bound by not just an annual process with funding, but it's fiscal, which is not ideal. We want to do things in the spring and we don't even have the money yet. So we've risk managed some projects. We have completed them, asked for money in the next fiscal. We've moved money around, treated it maybe a little bit differently. Jennifer Young's gone now, but she once said that our district was like the Wild West because we were doing what made sense and outside of the program. But since the wildfire risk reduction program has kind of caught up with us, they've made the funding a lot more flexible, which is great. Also, this committee, I was talking to Dennis about it earlier today, we have some proven past performance, and that gives us a platform to ask for some more money or ask for a different process or some leniency if we can't quite make those milestones that BC Wildfire has identified in their process.
With me, I kind of have a vision of the direction I want us to go, and to be able to have the cultural burners involved and working with industry. And I am trying to figure out how, because Nickman doesn't have the capacity or the money, right? But then we also have partnerships with Stewick and we're working with Aspen and stuff like that for select logging, but not only select logging, but looking at the Intlekapuk Nation territory. All the infrastructure of logging roads and that have redirected our waters so that our mountain wetlands are now dried up. And how now going forward on how the infrastructure now has to go through that in order to get to the trees that they want. How we're going to be able, we have to get the industry that want our trees in our intellectual territory to start putting culverts, and then once they're done that, they can pull those culverts out and have water bars, so that the infrastructure for logging is no longer redirecting the water away from our water wetlands up there and our streams, because some of the streams that we have is all dried up, because all the water is redirected, and so being able, I'm wondering how we can, as a nation, Intlekapuk Nation, because our contribution to the industry is our resources, and our resources are our trees, and the trees belong to our four-legged Intlekapuk, and our crawling ones and our flying ones. And how can we work it so that their home becomes healthy again? In the long term is to reintroduce fire, because my grandfather spent 10 days in jail for burning up at Huckleberry Patch. And as a woodcutter, I went through and I found landings with decks 2 stories high. I made a lot of money, on trees that was cut down and left to rot, because they say, well, spring melt came, we cannot get back into it. But then they could have gone back later and pulled out haul those logs out. So we have to, as a nation, and say our territory. It's our territory. It's not the Queen's. It belongs to our grandchildren. So if we go at that approach and hold the industry accountable and have them be able to look at investing, and they do not look at that as a cost, because if they were able to do landscape and select logging, their grandchildren and our grandchildren will be logging in the future. Thank you.
So some of the things that Stoic has been trying to do and has been doing for the last 15 years is we manage roads a little bit differently. And I guess like when you look at like even this picture, this is a result of no fire being on land base for 70, 80, 100 years. And that's what was the Glimpse Lake project, was a part of that. It was a result of no fire being allowed to be on land base. And so when you talk about forestry and specifically, Stoic has now put water first, and timber is a part of that process. Don't give yourself money is a driver, but the reality is it's more of a holistic type perspective. We're really trying to push towards an ecosystem, watershed-based type management, where all those other values are considered, and timber is just a part of it. It's not timber first. The other thing we're dealing with is roads that have been out there for 30 to 50 years. And there's actually pilot projects that the province is doing. We're identifying old non-status roads and actually trying to get out there and rehabilitate them, like full-on rehabilitation. That's decompaction, recontour, reestablish water courses where they should be, and then reforest them to get it back to productive ground. And some of the learnings that Stewie had learned, because we did some work up in the Pemanis Plateau, was that we need to do better engagement with First Nations communities whom territory we're operating in. So what we want to do is identify the areas up front, do planning engagement with communities, and then make sure it's okay to pull this road or that road. Because as much as roads are historically are an issue, still need those roads to the huckleberries, still need the roads to hunting ground. So we need to identify the areas that can be treated or not. So there's, and then the other one about the timber being left, something that, wearing my Stewie hat, we've been working on full fiber utilization for the last 12 years, where we actually are dealing, we had a field tour with community members, and elders were mentioning, started really pressing us on the amount of fiber that was left in those slash piles. And ever since that point, 12, 15 years ago, we've been working on full fiber utilization, trying to get that top log program or the post and rail component to the post and rail mills. So the primary users are the licensees. That's for your saw logs, your large peeler for peeler type products. And then the secondary product, what I call secondary users, are the Nicola post and rails or the cold water post and rail, and or other fiber users that we can like chipping. And so we're trying to get trying to expand on all that type of opportunities that can be utilized with fiber, because fiber needs to be fully utilized.
I'm not just talking about the pile burns. It's actual decking. You know, decking that was left up there to rot. You know, and somehow or another, we as Inklekafunk people that have that logging going on in territory, we've got to make that known and make them stand the forestry. So yeah, that is happening.
There's a farm post-harvest appraisal type performance assessments, where if licensees leave that kind of volume out there, they're actually heavily penalized. So there is a process in place where they do have to do waste and residue surveys, and they would have to pay stumpage on that if you're finding out there. But you're right, we do need to hold everybody accountable that's taking or utilizing our resources.
Good job. That was awesome. So I have something for you. Yeah, just talk to Chip. Don't come back here, Dennis. Just a minute. Oh, crap. Okay. Oh, yes. Ha! This is for you. You gotta hold it up. Yeah. Alicia, this is for you. Thank you. There you go. You gotta go model it over there. The girls can't see it. So we picked that up in the El Gacho territory at the El Gacho General Store, the home of Carey Price, just so you know. And they didn't have any Montreal Canadian medallions left. Okay, so we have a surprise guest. The boss. Oh, you need the mic.
Yeah, okay, just from the kind of the thoughts over from the Interior Salish group and stuff, just working on kind of how are we going to keep doing this, and that kind of thing is something else. And then it's just kind of like kind of moving from a fire adapted community to a fire dependent culture and stuff like that. So just kind of think why. Well, basically, I think, basically we're thinking about protecting the lives, the properties, and all the resources out there that we've heard about today in terms of all the medicines, all the animals, and the water, the fish, and everything else like that needs to be really looked after and stuff. And then I think the other kind of thing too that we've really done is just kind of revitalizing, the knowledge from all the communities that we've been talking to and stuff like that, and also the practices that they've done in the past and how they did it, and also just like all the systems of how our ancestors worked on the land and stuff as well. And I think the other thing too we're really considering around this society is just thinking about the establish and maintain the resiliency for the ecosystems, also the communities, and maybe even a little bit of economy, if we can make that. So that the other thing too, of course, are just kind of thinking, well, how are we going to get all this done? Of course, we're going to hopefully get some of the cultural and knowledge and stuff that's out there, and also some of the new knowledge too that we're gaining as we go through this place. And of course, to be able to kind of strategically place effective treatments on all our sites and stuff that we're thinking about. And then of course you need to have, well, just what Alicia and Dennis talked about in terms of a plan, the research, and also the other results from it. And then adapt practice to kind of enrich all of our thoughts or our beliefs and stuff from all our communities and stuff. And what source are we going to use to do that? We're going to hopefully put fire back into the hands of the people to be able to look after their land. I guess the other thing too is just kind of teach and instruct communities, and also find out like we talked about in terms of making sure that our the grandsons and granddaughters and everybody knows about all the different things about how to use. And of course, the huge kind of piece that we're really thinking about as we work down the road is just how do we manage the cultural and natural resources that are ours, or in our land. And then, then the other thing, of course, are just, the resources and of within the range of our beneficial influence from our communities and stuff. And the big thing, of course, too, is just restore the, biocultural relationships of people in place. Is something else that we've been kind of really trying to work on, develop, and get down the road with that kind of thing, because that's really something else that needs to be done for us and stuff. So yeah, like just thinking about moving from fire adapted community to a fire dependent culture is where just kind of our thoughts and stuff that where we need to go from the Interior Salish Firekeepers group. So I'll be quiet then because I know Joe's getting hungry and so is Norman.
Last presentation. So I'm very pleased for this part. So one of the things we've been working on is, of course, like a machine language around fire. And our expert language teacher is going to come up, and I think her partner will come as well. Do you want this Richard right here? Do you want to come up?
Just while Mandy's queuing up, I just want to say I appreciate all of you for sticking it out. It's been a long day, but there's been a lot of good information shared, and I want to acknowledge many of the key people, Harry and Jennifer, Joe, and Savage Society, Chelsea, and Hitachi, and all of the other people we met. Sephora. She got all ready last night for some kids at Glimpse Lake, and lo and behold, we didn't see any young people. But it was good to see the early 20 people that attended Glimpse Lake last night. So I really want to acknowledge the people that were there last night and the information they shared. And it's been a really good day, and as I said, I want to thank you for sticking it out because this is a Friday of a long weekend, and I know there's people on the move everywhere, and they have a day planned tomorrow for at Coldwater. We're in the way of dinner, as Harry mentioned. So, So maybe I'll present a little bit of what I was doing prior. Oh, they still doing their technical work. So back to some introduction. My name is John Hogan, and I'm also a member of the Stein Valley Inchlicoton Heritage Park. And we had a lightning fire in the Stein Valley back in July, just after the Nahomi Creek fire. And that fire was talked about earlier. But that fire is still actually burning, and the environmental person mentioned about the smoke and the haze in the Fraser Canyon. That's coming out of the Stein Valley, and the neighboring valley, the Nahatlich, still has a fire burning in there as well. Part of the park's management plan around fire was to more or less keep it natural and let the fire take its course, and they did a lot of work around the archaeological features to protect those in the Stein Valley, and that was maintained. They saved a lot of the archaeological features there, but the fire is still burning it, but not at an intense rate. Going way back to just before COVID, we had an Kashadkin gathering in Lytton, and it was around cultural burning was the topic. And there we had Molly Tulikin of the Lower Nicola community shared a story. She read the story, and Joe and Jennifer were at that gathering, and Norman's Uncle Fred helped to contribute some knowledge around traditional burnings and those type of things. And from the story that Molly shared, there was a grizzly who saw a log on fire in a place called Yakadoahush, and he wanted to put the fire out, and he went up there and sort of did what grizzlies do, scrape the dirt and try to put the log out because he thought it was too warm and too much bright light. And so that story came from some of the works that James Tate had done around recording Shpatek in the early 1900s, and the Chilk would call it Chaptik. And that's the focus that I've been sort of doing in this work with Mandy, is more looking at the stories and some of the origins of fire and where Grizzly really connects to those stories. And we've heard that with the Chief Harvey McLeod this morning about the water. In this same story, he's tricking his grizzly wife to go out and look for water, and he sets a trap for her because they were short of water in that story. So kind of resonates today with what's happening now. So it looks like Mandy's ready. I'm just going to pass it over to her.
He's so good at that. He just naturally just has this presentation in his head, and he just that's why I said okay. So this is, I think there's about 14 slides, and I probably won't go into a lot of it. You can just go on. This is just the title, yeah. So Jennifer gave an overview of the project, so I'm not going to go into the details of that. And you know, we're working toward doing some work with the Burn Boss certification, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. Okay. So the main purpose has been to collect language, like vocab, language usage around fire burning, and I'm just loosely using fire burning. I could have used, you know, cultural burning and all that, but I just used that from here. So vocabulary around fire, incorporate vocabulary, you know, for general firefighting. Restore some of the traditional language around cultural burning, and then I think the other thing that we need to do is expand the vocabulary, and we wanted to incorporate that into the certification. Like, for example, you know, what are we going to call fire suppression crews? You know, what are we going to call some of the other modern types of terminology? So the way we're doing this, it's we've just been mostly working with the intergovernmental language, but the intent was that we would work with the other neighboring languages, the Nsil, Jin, Tlatliyumfetch, Sihuapin, basically those four languages. At least those are the only ones that I've been thinking about. Oh, not yet. Oops. Yeah. So. What have I got here? Language speakers to identify and develop high-level management vocabulary on terms for firekeepers, certification, recognition, ceremony, fire management, food sovereignty, and more. And when I looked in the Intercapital Dictionary, the one that we have that's like 1,200 pages, there were 60 different forms that were used to apply to things that were related to fire, and I was just really totally impressed that there was that many terms associated with it. And when we started to think about this, we were thinking that we would have quarterly meetings with the other language groups, but we never ever got to that because of all the things that we've had to endure for the last year and a half already. Okay, so yeah, it looks like I just did a cut and paste there. You can go to the next page. So yes, so restore some of the traditional language around it, expand the vocabulary beyond the traditional terms, as I mentioned, like for the various work that is included. So the part that I really was hoping that we would also work with is the landscape terms, like gully, mountaintop, valley, canyons, riparian zones, wetlands, meadows, and then the plants that grow around it. For example, the talk that we heard about the huckleberries, and then the weather and climate terms. I've just added that in just recently, and it's probably beyond the scope of the project, but I think it's still something that we could be planning toward. And so there's been different ways that we were intending to get the terms from the dictionary. So some of the terms associated with fire were ashes, ember, flames, spark, and those words are words that I knew growing up because we used them when we were making fire, and so it's just something. This is the natural vocabulary that we had. So I see it as applying to the work that we're doing. So matches, the origin of fire, story, traditional fire technology. And like one of the stories that I found was the story about the origin of fire and how it was carried in a clamshell. And on the following pages, I have the word for clamshell. And so, for example, oral narratives, that we need to record interviews, transcribe them, and just review books and videos on culture. Really, there's a lot more than I ever thought when I first got involved in the project. And Jennifer's always sharing new stuff on that, so I'm pretty happy about that. Okay, yeah, so what we need to do is connect with the other Salish language speakers. I think Jennifer's been doing more of that. I haven't really been talking to any of the other Salish language speakers in terms of the project itself. And the last point on that previous slide, one of the examples of a place name on the west side of Fraser River is Insides of Burning, Wyethsey, and that's dealing with fire. It's a place name. I don't know exactly where it is. I'm not sure if John knows where that is, but it was one example that we had that I found in the dictionary. Before I show you some of the vocabulary, because the nature of how we see the world, our connection to the land, the language around this, just in general, is very, very specific and very descriptive. And you might have a particular word that means fire, but there is going to be probably 30, 40, 50 variations of that word. So when we look at fire, it's how we use the word because of all our suffixes and our prefixes and all that. So there's any root could have 40, 50 ways we use fire. So the vocabulary and phrases can be really, really extensive. So here's some examples, some of the fire terms. The top part, I've got two different main root words. When I first started looking at this, and those of you who know the language, like Mary, and I'm not too sure if one knows it. Yeah. So he probably will be familiar with these words here. So one is voy, root. It's only a root. It's not a word per se. Someone might say, "Oh, Mandy said the word wrong," blah blah blah, and stuff like that. But I'm just looking at the root word, and then M. And so what I noticed, like when you say "pamshim," you're making fire, and then you say white dash or wayip. To me, I never really thought of what the differences in the meanings of those two words before I started looking at this. And what I noticed was one seems to be one where it just spontaneously occurs, whereas the other one seems to be one where there's human intervention. And so I just thought that was kind of interesting. And, when people talk about land burning, they'll say Waipoyamuk, and that would be the top one, Waipoyamuk. Oyamuk is a suffix that means land, so that would be like burning the land. And then Pamshum, like when you make a campfire or maybe starting a fire, that would be the word that you would use there. And then there's just some samples here, Jimd, Mitk, Klish, Mitk. Those are some particular ones. Some of these are roots that I don't know. They're just old words, but I think it's something that we should, familiarize ourselves with. You can go to the next one. And then so there's one for sear, the word black, how you describe it, something that was burnt, something that's smoky colored. Smudge, although I don't think it's smudge in the way that we think of smudging today, as the type of ceremony that people use. Dikum, spark, that word roll, scald. I don't know that word. And then G, I've given two examples there of the root only, shui, but the word from shui is shuipum, and that would be wood. So everyone knows, anyone who's been, around the language will know that shuipum means wood. And then below it, you'll notice it looks really close to it, and it means ashes. And so it's got unshuipten. And then oship, evaporation, and then the word there for clamshell. And I just kind of analyzed the word, like what the root would be, and then the ending of that. So it's really describing the way the clamshell is. And then the aqua would be the part that is referring to the clam. So it's kind of interesting that, that we have a word like that, and it's referred to in the story. And then I've got another example there. I don't have the form, but sprinkled with water. And then I kind of mentioned it earlier, like we have all the base, the root form, and then we have all those things that are suffix that are added to the end of the form. And then the other area I think that really needs to be developed, and I've got some ideas on how to do this, but it's going to cost extra funds and more time to do that. But landform terminology, the hills, the mountains, the summits, the meadows, a gully like this, a gully like that. We need the terms around ceremonial, and then of course, as I mentioned earlier, the certification terms about burn boss. And so I was just playing with a couple of words there, the woi, and then number 2, right under burn boss. Those are examples that could be added to that. And this is where we would almost have to come up with a word for that, because I don't know if there's a traditional word that we would have had for that. We may have, but it may not have been recorded. So what I think needs to happen is maybe the instilled, the seals have a word for that, and then we would look at it, and then we would cross comparison and perhaps adapt it, use the way that they've developed the word for that, because that would be a common thing that we would have done. We would take a word and then maybe borrow it and expand our vocabulary, and knowing how people put the words together, I think we could do that. And then, so see, with our virtual meetings now, I think there's we got to develop the vocabulary around that. I'm doing that in our language classes now. And I haven't really focused on that, but I think that's something that we need to do. And it doesn't have to be virtual meetings, it could be other types of meetings. It's just an example that I mentioned there. Oh yes, and some potential, I thought I'd throw this in here, just develop audiovisual forms to represent language collected in regard to cultural learning, so that people can relate to it, because our language is so visual and so descriptive. We need to do that. And when I think of that, I'm thinking about the landscape terms. I'd like to, work with some of the elders and show them a picture and then get them to name it, because sometimes I think people have a different visual understanding of it. But when you talk to an elder, I'm talking about people that are maybe 3, 5, 7 years older than me. And as I mentioned, restoring the terms that we can restore. Okay, and I don't know if I will say anything else after this. So that's basically what we've been doing. Because of this conference and Jennifer asked me to do this, I think, whoa, we got to get going on this and moving on it and all that. But it's exciting part to this. And I would just love it if the fire people were out there talking about, the summit and talking about the gullies and talking about the different plants. And I think it would just be wonderful in being able to apply those words in terms of us, learning our language and stuff like that. I have some students that we're working with now, and I'm just amazed at how much language they're learning. 5 years ago, I would have said, yes, but there's some students who are just so committed. They're really picking up the language, and that's what's happening within Sealfton too. I'm just totally impressed with the intent that people are doing. It's almost something that people didn't think would happen, I think, but now I'm feeling really comfortable with it, because I think people are really interested in the language. It's just that we haven't had a means for them to learn the language. And now we've got funds to support a language program and all that. So I'm really excited about this. I've been telling some people, I actually think I might be able to retire. John's been saying, people should retire when they're 65. I'm way over 65. Any questions? Or John, do you want to add to your...
Sure. Dave Mandian, just where she had the word for Inwayuga, we do have a reserve with that name in my community, and the other parts about the Shpatek grizzly crosses over into some of the work that I do. Our tribal council's doing with grizzlies in the North Cascades and in the Stein-Nahatlich, and when the Dylan from Yakima was talking about the Tsalsala and the huckleberries. They have more of a commercialization there for huckleberries. They sell a lot of their huckleberries into the Shema economy. We don't really do that up here, but we try to say the grizzlies and the bears, the huckleberries as well, is more of our take up here. And with the Shpatek, you could see in some of the stories where Grizzly set the fire, and it talks about him doing the fire to have more scammage grow for his wives to go and dig. And grizzly bears are known as the rototillers of the high alpine. They go and dig and move things around, and so that's where they're really important to some of the work and the crossovers and the different things that we're doing. And I know there's Huckleberry Society, and we've sort of connected with them a bit, and Mandy's gone to some of their meetings, but there's a lot of work the women are doing around huckleberries that connects, and we know things are all connected and come back in that circle type thing, and seasonal rounds that are a huge part of how we go forward and how we live in our economies. So I don't have too much more, but it would be good if you have questions, and I know we're standing right in front of your dinner, so.
Any questions? Okay.
So you were talking about like how if there's no recorded word that we have in our traditional language, sometimes you'll like incorporate multiple words and like give it its own meaning. Like you'll create a new word. So I'm just wondering if you could just talk a bit more about that process because I find it very interesting. And like if you have an example or yeah.
Well, one thing I think just I can start off with is that we have a real extensive dictionary. It's like 1,200 pages, and there's a lot of examples there. That's not to say that every Intlakatlan word is in this 1,200-page dictionary. It's just a sampling of the words that we have. And when I looked at the language, there's 150 suffixes, things that you would, parts, suffixes. I think everyone understands what that's what you add at the end. And there's 150 that we have in our language. And then there's the ones that we add for saying things like I saw him, we saw him, they saw us. There's all those endings, and there's a whole other set of endings for that. And then there's the lexical suffixes, and that would be like ulauk or uyuk. Some of you know uyuk, like wayuyuk or ulauk. That ulauk is a suffix, and so we have 150 of those also. And a lot of times when you have those suffix endings, they seem to. I haven't really. This just kind of working with the language for the last 30, 40 years. They seem to have a particular image or a particular form. Like say, for example, one of the suffixes might be something that would be a mountain top, or something that might be a container, or something that might be something that moves like a boat or a car or a ferry. So there's 150 of those types of words, endings that we have of the words. Like say, for example, there's the word for one is beya. But if you want to say the one person, it's bepya. And then if you want to say one animal, it's beya. So it's from the word beya, but then you alter the word. And then you want to say one berry, be usha. You want to say one car, be awish. Another one would be et for one house. So that's what I'm saying. We've got about 150 of those. So our language is very, we can do a lot with language, and that's how I would say that we could build a vocabulary around that. I think there's rules around that, and that's the part we'd have to be careful about. Does that kind of answer your question?
Hello.
Can't see your face, Ambler. Lentla. Ja, dat is wikt.
I had a question about an assignment. If you could put together a couple of the questions. I have a teacher who likes helping me out with this kind of stuff. If you can share an assignment with some of these questions, I'll most likely try to get my grandpa to explain them. I really struggle with trying to get him to imagine some of these terms and some of these places, and it's hard for him being imaginative with creating new words for the landscape or the terminologies or stuff like that. So, and he is a fluent speaker of the Untitled language. We usually do a couple videos a week with him that I create and just try to keep track of, including locations, and then also different kinds of plants and ground to classify or to verify ground types and stuff like that. So if there's an assignment that you have running, or a way that I could help fill in some of the gaps, would be awesome.
In Sealskin, the pattern, the way the words are put together, I would say pretty well follow the same pattern that we have, but the roots would be different. So like that one example where the ending meaning land or country is ulau, I think. And but in Intlekapim it's oyum. And so one of the things that is happening with those two, they sort of sound the same, but the L and the Y in both of our languages replace each other. So we say a Y, oyum, and then in Sealskin it's ulau. And then, well, the ending is a little bit different too, but it's similar enough. And say, for example, if we were talking about the day, the eshkt, one day, eshkt is the part that means day. So there's always something that's at the beginning of that, and it can be descriptive. It's almost in a way it could be like in English you might say it's an adjective, but I don't like to use that word because I think a lot of us don't know. How do you explain an adjective? So I always just say that it's like a kind of it's describing a situation. If you can start to understand what the parts of the words, that's really, really important. And a lot of our words are built from action. And then when you add those suffixes, then it sort of takes on things that would be nouns. So after you kind of look at it, there you can see the patterns happening there. And I hope that kind of answers the question. Yes, no, maybe, no.
Yeah. Oh, no, definitely. I was just wondering about some of the terminologies that you were having troubles with. Like with the mountain slopes and then the meadows, valleys, gullies, mountain tops, valley bottoms, different directions, and terminology for locations.
Not so much that. I was thinking of words that we didn't have before. Words that we have to use today, like modern terms, like some of the gadgets that we use. That's kind of what I was thinking about, and terms for the certification program and all that. That's the type of words I was thinking of where we would have to think that out. Not so much
For sure.
Not the words that we already have in our language, but we have to revive those words. Some of them almost in a way become a little archaic, in that we're not using them, so we're going to lose them if we don't use them. And some of those words, only the elderly now would know some of those words, and sometimes they don't even know some of the words that are in our dictionary.
Yeah, that's definitely a concern. Yeah, so if there's any kind of way that I can help out on our side, definitely be able to.
Yeah, definitely. How old is your father?
My grandfather.
Oh, your grandfather.
86.
Wow. Okay, that would be.
I think, yeah, we'll coordinate with Jeanette, and maybe we get the Firekeepers. Now that winter's coming to Ambler, we'll get everybody in the room, and we could make that, get that recorded and work on vocabulary.
Yeah, he doesn't make too much, but yep.
Okay, more one-on-one?
Well, he's elderly. That's all.
Okay. So before we break for dinner, and what the plan is, we'll have dinner here. I've asked Norman and Joe just to share a Sasquatch story, and then we'll talk about tomorrow whether it's a go ahead or not, and then we're done. So hey, come back here. Thank you. Because you're Yaya. So she can show everybody afterwards what she got. And we'll get more of those. Okay. Yeah, so let's go grab something to eat, and we'll have to listen to Norman and Joe. Those online. I don't know if you want to stick around, but I want to thank you for staying with us today and participating and speaking. Maybe Gerald, you would like to share a story as well? Oh, Deland, you're gonna. Okay, just a minute. You're on mute, Deland.
Okay, sorry about that. I want to thank you and everybody there for being there, come together to share ideas and experiences and whatever your business is over there with Bernie. And we know that people of this land, we dealt with fire for, since time immemorial kind of thing, how to deal with fire and how to pray for foods and to give honor to all of our foods and medicines. And fire has been a part of that, along with water. And it is true what the elder was talking about our language, how important that is to be able to pray and to understand the language that belongs to the people, along with the songs and the prayers that also belong to the people of the land there. And so I'm glad to be able to come back again with the Fire Society and to be able to talk about how beautiful our work is when you see the full cycle of life coming back, and fire has a lot to do with that. So I just wanted to say thank you for everybody being there and allowing me to speak what little I had to share. That's all.
Yeah, thanks, for making time and show up, and we appreciate all the knowledge and the stuff that you passed on to us. It's good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for allowing me to be here. Thank you.
We're from Huckleberry to get down there, maybe.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Or burning.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, how you doing? The Indian Scout. All right, good seeing you again. All right, have a good dinner. Have a good dinner and a good burn tomorrow.
So I'm gonna close off the Zoom now.
Thanks a lot, everyone. Thank you. I enjoyed that.
All right, thank you. You're welcome.
Come see you.
Yeah, all right.